Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone going today? Hope everyone is well. We're back for some Arknights, finishing off Path of Life story. Boop. Yes, yes, yes. We've only got, I believe, five more chapters to go, as in like whatever you call them, modules. We got 5 more of them to go, and then we'll be at the end. We might have some time at the end to maybe check out the challenge mode, but I'm not going to hold anything there. We will see. We shall see how far we get tonight, but no matter what, we will be aiming to finish the story. Tonight. Now I believe I made sure last stream to make sure the event characters were leveled up. I believe one was a support, yeah, Lucilla, and the other one was a vanguard, or no, they were a guard. Where was the other one? Or am I wrong? Was it just that one? Oh, it might have been just that one. Yeah, okay, I think it was just that one. And we're obviously borrowing the Ulpianus because we don't have our own Ulpianus. So unfortunately, 100 rolls deep and we still didn't manage to get one. Big Sag. Mlinar? We could bring Mlinar, but we don't really need a Mlinar. He doesn't get any trust bonuses or anything like that either. 2 days remaining. In like 30 minutes, that's going to become 1 day remaining. So let's get a move on. And get as far as we can. Alright, Lethal Fate. The Agar had forgotten the concept of fate, but must face theirs when matters spiral out of control. Alright, we got stairs. I forgot this music, man. I need to look this music up on Spotify. It's so good. Ooh, okay, interesting. I believe the team is still set up as it should be. We've got the Irene, we've got the Lucille, we've got the Lumen. Is there anyone else we need here? I guess we could bring a Skadi. There's not really a reason to bring a Skadi, but I could bring a Skadi. You know what? We're going to change out Texas and bring Skadi so it suits the theming of the event we're doing. We also have Gladier, but I don't think Gladier's pull is actually very good here. So we're not going to do that. But we are going to take... where is he? Is this where he is? Oh god. Am I going to remember where the hell this guy's at? I think he's a lord. Pretty sure he's a lord. Let's refresh. There he is. Ew. Ulpianus. 1 day remaining turns into 24 hours remaining, the reset after. Oh, so we got a little bit more time than I thought. Very nice. Oh, damn, look at this. Straight into a voice log. Straight into the backstory of Doctor. Or at least his race. Unknown language, unknown time. The Stargate's remodeling plan is an apparent success, and we've re-established a connection with Talos. A 2-year backlog of information has been flooding in, but it is bare of any good tidings. First, it was the observatory stations on the asteroid belt. Then the entire system's interstellar hub. Finally, the cruise fleets orbiting hospitable planets also fell into silence. Even the ancient colonial fleet turned into a nomadic museum was not spared the same fate. Along with these shocking revelations came similarly unexpected data left behind by Valeria. Her notes resembled her very being, long-winded and inexhaustible. However, she seemed to have spent her last days repeatedly poring over literature and history alongside the technical documents, studying how these great men died, what their last words and epitaphs were. Like a child on the day before their coming-of-age ceremony, rifling through their parents' wardrobe in a frantic search for attire dignified enough for an adult. Did she find her own life inadequate, insufficiently weighty? No, she left practically all that she had at the Stargate. If she had lived in the past, wouldn't her achievements have been inserted into the annals of history? But now it seemed nothing more Then a narrow door opened between two tiny locked rooms in the dark. I fear it won't be long before the door is shut once more. In the end, the history of humanity has exceeded the bounds of humanity itself. Huh. So it sounds like everything of Doctor's race, like all their ships, all their planets and that, were all destroyed pretty much at the same time. Reading error occurred. Run fault diagnostics. Did you need my help, Mr. Avitus? Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy. Abandoned? By who? Don't worry, that's not important. What brings you here, Geordie? I'm hoping to find something to do. We're clearly in dire straits, and I'm sure this city is full of problems in need of solving. They just won't reveal themselves to me. Generally speaking, in that situation, you should go to the Institute of Development Planning for an assessment. However, if you're looking for me specifically, I'll try my best to help you out. You're a highly experienced and respected scholar, after all, and many in the city call you Magister. Magister? My work was The Death of Life, a book with no educational value whatsoever. I read it, actually, although I couldn't understand much, with so many cryptic words, like starship, stargate. It seemed like from another world. Another world? Huh, you're right about that. But if I find myself undeserving of the title Magister, oftentimes I find myself lost in confusion. Geordie, do you remember when I told you that blood ties were unimportant? I do, but I may have been a bit misleading. While we indeed care little for blood relations, relationships themselves are an excellent lead to follow. When one is lost, one ought to find a connection to reality, be it a life or an ideal, and seek a way out. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, sinking into an extended questioning of the value of your own existence. If I may be so bold, can I ask your own relationship is? Someone very close to me. How exactly? She said that she shared the same thoughts and goals, and would enrich both my spirit and my ideas. I loved her as ardently as I loved Iga, as well as everything we've done for it. I live a life surrounded by mountains of prehistoric material written in their strange script and incomprehensible grammar. I enjoy the process of translating it into Agarian text. That was how we met, and I still remember how she'd throw herself into her work. Her eyebrows seemed to dance whenever she talked about something of interest to her. And when I told her so, in those exact words, she actually went to the Institute of Physical Art to find out if eyebrows could dance for real. What a strange form of art. Did they manage it? Strictly speaking, no. But some of their researchers were inspired to later develop the technology to make hair dance on its own. We've experienced the catastrophe that silenced the entire sea, and the seaborne continue to threaten our existence. But we remain committed to exploring science, art, and our vision for the future. Lava bridges that pump power from the planet's mantle, aquatic artery hubs that transform currents into fountains, artificial suns illuminating the depths of the oceanic abyss, and ecological bases filling the barren seafloor with life. We persist in transforming what the predecessors lost into mystical megastructures. We need only a spark to spur our countless inventions. 150 years is truly too short. 150 years. Yes, the average lifespan of an Eiger. Short, you say. The more dangerous the error, the more valuable our creations become. We firmly believed in living fulfilling lives and would gladly have gone to our end without regrets as we passed down the fire of civilization. We planned an educational system we believed was better than the Institute of Incubation. Once our child was born via the incubator, we would raise them ourselves. They would possess a surging spirit and fresh ideologies and become part of a more creative generation. It is unusual to raise children personally, but we had hoped to pass on the values we treasured from the fulfilling lives we'd lived. So what happened to her? Dead. Remember the predecessor mentioned in The Death of Life? He took shelter in an unknown refuge as he watched the sky pressing down on the earth every day. He already had a premonition of his own end. There was nothing he could do but calmly welcome its advent. But that's someone else's life, a life far too distant from ours. Is it, though? Are we not currently going through the same things? Give it 50 years, maybe 100, and even the vast ocean may longer hold a single drop of pure water. The seaborn have unwittingly overrun the ocean faster than we can create, devouring we were once proud of, turning survival into our only priority. I watched as she was engulfed by despair. One day she calmly gave up on our idea of raising our child ourselves. After all, everything we had inherited would only be lost in an era predestined to perish. 5 years ago, the abyssal hunters went to the lair of the firstborn, and no one returned alive. Soon after, she got sick and died in depression. Our son was successfully born in the incubator, but I sent him to the Institute of Incubation. This was also when I began questioning the meaning of my own existence. My apologies, Geordie. I was supposed to be providing you guidance, wasn't I? I've already severed my relationship with the real world, but perhaps you have someone or something you still have ties with. But I gave up chasing Bergen long ago. I can't waste even more time chasing an unreachable shadow. Maybe I could delve into the notes he left and learn how he developed his tech. Not just because I might be his descendant, but because you also have talent and dreams in that field. You can try the beacon tower then. Bergen was involved in its reconstruction, so if you're familiar with his handiwork, perhaps you could help them out. Every Eiger leaves their own quirks in their writings, theories, or technologies, so sometimes all you need to sort out a trickier part is someone more familiar with the author. Thank you, Mr. Avitus. Advisor Blandus, are you all right? Of course. The cultists failed to stop me from performing the surgery on the hunters. I'm asking about your physical condition. Thanks, Secunda. I see you're still... Oh, we have Secunda. Okay. Shit. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to do this map without them, but next map we're going to bring them in. I need to level them up first, though. Given your strange aversion to medical aid, someone has to confirm you're all right. Although judging from your condition, I'm guessing I'm not the first to try sending you to the hospital. Perhaps the waterway program is too overwhelming. I'm something of a doctor myself, so I do know how to keep myself healthy. Healthy enough to not slow down the program, anyway. You know, you should take a look at the plant the cultists were using to kill people. It's difficult to imagine someone at the Institute of Ecological Art using it as a paint. Well, seeing how you're not in any immediate danger, I'll need you to cooperate with my investigation. I saw Ulpianus recently. I see you have too. Only briefly, at the Sophon Theatrum, and you didn't report this. Catching a momentary glimpse of a familiar figure is hardly worth reporting. I'm not joking around, Advisor Blandus. The data scientist's case has been confirmed to be a murder by the cultists, and it may be related to the assault on the lab. Ulpianus seemed to know the victim well, and openly expressed his distrust of Eiger. He's always been that way. More actions than words, and ever unwilling to reveal his reasons. His unique style doesn't explain all the doubts about him. I still need to check if he's linked to several church cases. Secunda, do you really lack any other leads or suspects more worthy of investigation? Or should I ask, is this obsession with Ulpianus merely your own whim? Secunda, I'm the one who rejected your application back then. What did you just say? I said it was me who rejected your application to volunteer to become an abyssal hunter. Ulpianus concurred, but I was the one who officially rejected you. Why? I saw your documents from the Institute of Development Planning. You'd written genetic research in the box asking for your aspirations. You only had to look at another file to see that becoming a hunter was one another of my aspirations. We considered you extremely talented, even among the participants of the Abyssal Hunter project. During our technical discussions, you were the only one to ask Ulpianus 10 questions in a row and get answers for all of them, the highest record for a freshman researcher. The early transformation techniques were dangerous and unreliable. We were always searching for a better integration method. It was ultimately your theories that advanced the program's technology. I considered it an honor back then, at least. But the program itself is nothing to be proud of, Secunda. The concept was born nearly 2 centuries ago, a far cry from the average citizen's impression today. It was only 20-some years ago that Ulpianus made it into reality. In the 100+ years before that, it was never afforded any systematic scrutiny or research, only endless debates. To exploit our countrymen and integrate the flesh of other species into ourselves to save our humanity was tantamount to toppling the very foundations of Aiga. But Ulpianus is a decisive man. He can abandon his research, ideals, emotions, and even his humanity without a shred of hesitation. The whole principle he abides by is to benefit Aiga. And perhaps he will save Aiga someday, but our country should not be founded upon boundless self-sacrifice. Ulpianus understands better than anyone that his very existence is actually his country's woe. And so, the Abyssal Hunters do not need a second Ulpianus. Aiga should not have a second Ulpianus. There should be no one in Aiga who wishes to become another. I could practically hear him saying that. I once joked to him how much better it would be if you were my student instead. Perhaps you could continue the research he and I used to work on, the evolution of Aiga cells. Or perhaps you'd start a new field entirely. You could have become one of the leading scientists of our time, with the opportunity to explore the primordial mysteries of all existence, and lead us into the future. Blandus, the two of you had no right. I'm sorry, Secunda. Did you start reminiscing about the old days just to tell me I shouldn't bear a grudge against Ulpianus? I did it so you'd see him in a new light. Being too eager to capture him will do neither of you any good. Aren't there cultists ready and available for questioning? Don't forget your duties, Secunda. Where are they? The first floor. In a booth in the equipment administration room. Do you need me to show you the way? I know where it is. The Sea Patrol will take over the detainment of the criminals. Let's have a second one for me. Yes, please gift me one. I needs it. I'm sorry, but you can't go any further. We're currently... Wait, didn't I see you at the tribunal? I know who you are. The emissary from land, it's Kaushi. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are your duties on this diplomatic mission? Oh, it's me. Okay, I thought it was Kaushi. The data scientist seemed to have completely transformed into a seaborn by the time she was found. It would be difficult to obtain any further information from her, other than the fact that this set of data seems related to the waterway and the beacons. I've finished analyzing the contents. There are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. The signals come from many spots within the city. I've already inspected the port hub and any possible ships. The only remaining location is Lab C-22, one of the earliest Abyssal Hunter experimental research labs. You should be familiar with the place then. However, it is far livelier here than I remember it ever being. Secunda has even deployed a garrison in the name of protecting Blandis. A hindrance. I'll help draw their attention if needed. I can manage the sea patrol for now. You should focus on the toughest target. Who is the toughest target? Oh, this guy? You would be the doctor of Rhodes Island, yes? In the flesh. You say your institution helped diagnose and treat oropathy in our hunters, and now you hope to assist me with their organic regeneration surgery. Absolutely. Then you can leave with peace in mind. The church's assault here is just a minor episode, and the hunters have already returned to their hibernation. I'll be constantly monitoring their physical condition, so your gaze, no matter how vigilant it may be, will be of little use in their recovery. I see the hunters were telling the truth. You have a terrible sense of humor. I see they have developed a deep friendship with you while wandering about on land. Insist all you want, it doesn't change the fact that you will be of no help during the operation. I mean no offense. This place was just recently raided, so please return to where you came from, for your own safety. Blandis no longer pays you any attention, his gaze falling back onto the holographic projections before him. Through those squares you can clearly see Gladia, Scardi, and Laurentina deep asleep in a transparent gel. You didn't manage to get a full grasp of Iger's writing system before coming here. After days of fumbling your way through the city, you can still only recognize about half the symbols shown in the visuals. But you observe a more important phenomenon within them. Whenever Blandis selects an image, it would emit a faint beep. That is to say, every chosen image generates a corresponding beep on the monitoring unit. Could I help arrange the visual display? Of course, of course. I see you really want to stay. I won't force you to leave either. It seems you really do care for the hunters, and I like people like you. Little handy, the doctor is unfamiliar with the equipment in Iger, so keep an eye on things. Understood. Doctor, as long as you don't touch anything you shouldn't, then. He's touching all the things. They're being touched. The corridor's monitoring unit just beeped. Someone's looking in here. Another beep for the experimental cabin in front of the corner further ahead. There seems to be some sort of pattern. Someone in the control room is rapidly switching the order of the holograms back and forth. Doctor, what are you trying to tell me? This way, then. Is he being followed? The operation is complete, Doctor. Thank you for your fast and furious cooperation. The hunters will need another 10 minutes to awaken, but I guarantee the procedure went without a hitch. So if you could now leave. The hunters seem to be deep asleep. They were unable to get any proper rest on land, despite what I'm sure was the best possible accommodation from you and Rhodes Island. Even now they're just only arrived home, yet now must rush back to the front lines. A single operation and hibernation session is far from enough to restore them to full strength. It sounds like you tried your best. I wouldn't say so. Even if I fulfilled my duties, there is a fundamental difference between the two after all. I believe you mentioned your expertise in the field of oropathy. Could you tell me what it's like to be a patient? They fight their fate for the rest of their lives. Fate. It means an inevitable direction, or end. Interesting. The ancient sages once discussed the concept of fate, but it's been a long time since anyone has brought it up. You see, oropathy does not exist in the ocean, and most other diseases we manage to cure. We all choose our own paths in life, and the trajectory of our civilization is ours to define. For the longest time, we have forgotten what fate even is. Yet now, the ineradicable disease we've engraved into our hunter's blood cannot be dealt with medically. To borrow your concept, one may call such a problem fate, Each of the hunters held their own dreams, their own lives, but now they have no choice but to live alongside slaughter until they die themselves. I've tried many methods to bring them back from this dead end, but all to no avail. Even now. Glad he is awake. They seem to be in a hurry. I should get going too. It has been an honor to speak with you, Doctor. I hope you can take good care of them, if given the chance. Lethal Fate. Oh, right. So this is halfway through the difficulty curve, at least for the story. Still don't expect it to get too difficult, though. I'll just hold here. Might just hold there. Oh, they're gonna try and eat away at this, aren't they? Yerp. Oh, they're gonna try and eat through this too. I think I do this. A long hallway for Olpi to throw his thing. Down here? Ah. I see. We'll wait for a build-up if another big build-up happens. Hopefully it happens. Oh, that created a thing. Right. Bum, 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 bum. I'm hoping something else spawns here. Please? How strong is this thing? Oh, it's very strong. Okay. I just have to do this. I should have faced him the other way. I should have faced him the other way. This is a disaster. No. Okay. Well, now we know what that character's gonna do. That enemy. That enemy type is actually very annoying. We'll put Olpianus down at the bottom now, facing up. Because I don't think anything major is going to come down this way. Not that we can't handle. $24. And it'll get stunned for a bunch of time too. Let's put... Oh, that's not a space? Okay. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Also, let's get a healer out. Alright, the big strong thing should be coming out soon. Any second now. There it is. Can devour an excrescent carapace to significantly increase its attack and HP. Oh. Okay. I see. Boom. Oh my god, he deals a lot of damage. Wow. Okay. Alright. I think one's gonna spawn from here then. Oh, they expected us to be dealing with that for a very long time. These enemies are kind of weird. Wait, do they duplicate? Huh? You may not come any further. God, Irene almost died. Alright, one more. Dead. Didn't even stand a chance. Is this the real one or the fake one? This is the fake one, okay. Sea Patrol, here to interrogate me. Interrogate. Huh. I never thought I'd have anything to do with that word. You should have thought of that when you intruded on the lab. What about before then? What makes you and I so different? Why interrogate me? What have I done to deserve being questioned? At times like these, I feel like our methods are too gentle. According to our envoy from Iberia, they're more than happy to incorporate punishment into the process. So if you're finished talking nonsense, state your identity. I'm a former roadside coral breeder. Motive? You ever paid close attention to the coral by the road, patroller? We hoped every cluster on every street would take on a different form of color, even different capabilities. Transport tubes pass through the cavity-filled cluster on the east side of the Southern Theatrum, and under the glimmering tubes the polyps glimmer back. A patchwork of dots of light. Like a nebula in miniature. Then there's the ones around the port. As it happens, I have been paying close attention to some roadside coral recently, specifically the ones growing in your experimental field, where an innocent data scientist died. Her dreams, her obsession, her love for her seaweeds were as beautiful as the coral you speak of. But you murdered her. You asked a good question earlier. What makes you and her so different? So why are you still alive? What did she do to deserve death? She found. Found what? Speak up. Or are you implying I should be asking Cassia this question? What is the church planning against the waterway program? Will you be attacking the beacon or the weapons? Speak. Church this, cultist that. I'm still not used to being called names like that. You sure they're not just convenient excuses for you to arrest people? This so-called church and its cultists. What part of them is holy, exactly? I don't worship any kind of imaginary entity. I just agree with how Cassia sees things. From the despair engulfing Iga, she can see this nation's fragile nature. People place too much importance on the value of things, but are unwilling to recognize how fickle these values really are. They've become worshippers at their altar. But now those values are crumbling away. Before Iga falls completely into despair, someone must sound the alarm. Perry, you're just trying to loosen my lips. You won't get another word out of me. If you're feeling impatient, go ahead, scan my brain waves. You won't get anything out of that either. Questioning you is the last respect I'll give you as a human being, scumbag. Maybe you believe yourself innocent and your actions free of conspiracy, but you will tell me everything I want to know. Now speak. Hey Chris, how's it going? You're so mad IS5 got delayed? Ooh. How far did it get delayed? Do we know? Or is it just it was meant to have released by now and it hasn't? I don't think I've gotten through one integrated strategies. I feel like I get a ending, maybe? Maybe? Actually, I don't even think I've got an ending in any of them. Yeah, no, I've definitely got up to a final boss, but I never beat the final boss. Captain. It's almost time for us to leave, Scotty. I know it's urgent. The front line is barely holding ground against the Seaborn. The loss of the two entire fleets is really hitting us hard now. According to their most recent missive, Legions 8 and 10 failed to regroup into formation, and they are now mired in a bitter struggle. If the beacon cannot be deployed at the designated position within the nest, and the deadlock continues, it will mean the failure of the waterway program. Understood. The Legion fleets are about to launch an offensive across the entire front, at all costs, all to attract the Seaborn's attention. As for us, squeeze through the battlefield, infiltrate the nest, and deploy the beacon. Correct. How would you rate your current condition, Scotty? I got some good sleep, at least. My first dreamless sleep since our last campaign. The situation in the city is getting more restive. Do you know where the doctor has gone? Shakes head. I know you want me to keep the peace and protect the doctor, Captain. You want me to stay. To be honest, I'm conflicted. Cleansing the sea of its dregs is our duty, but I am also responsible for your safety. Have there been any signs of Islam La stirring since we returned to sea? If it has, it's been real quiet. If it speaks up, I'll shut it up. Actually, I've got something to say to you, Captain. We've never been this cautious in our work before. We had our ways of handling things handling this sort of thing. If the church's God, the one the scum call Islam La, really is inside me, then if I ever go out of control, I want you to execute me on the spot. Simple as that. My heart's right here. I trust you won't miss. Scotty. I'm not finished. If you or Shark start to fall under their influence in battle before I do, I won't hesitate either. What I was going to say is that, with war close at hand, I can imagine nothing more assuring to hear. Let's go. It should have come out in 2 weeks. Now it's 2 months. 2 months! Wow. That is some time. That's actually a lot of time. I wonder if they're trying to get through... You know what I reckon they're trying to do? Maybe. This might be a little bit too theory, but I reckon they're trying to get through a lot of the major stories before Enfield comes out, so that there's a nice little sink into Enfield. Maybe. I could be completely wrong with that, though. Miss Laurentina. No need for that dreary honorific, little bird. We're not strangers, are we? Laurentina. Considering how long we've been in this city, I'm surprised this is the first time we've run into one another. This is sad. I've always wanted to take our brave little warrior out on a real hunt in the depths. Sadly, the nest we're headed to is far and too deep. No way to bring you along. It's alright. Even if I had the option, I'd stay in Millennium regardless. Oh. There's been a lot happening in the city lately. The first time I wore deep water equipment and entered the ocean, I was immediately knocked about by the current. I hate to admit it, but I'd be dead weight out there. No need to talk like that. The first time is always rough. Anyway, I can do a lot more in the city than in that nest. And once you've completed your mission with Aiger's weapon systems, start cleansing the area, I'll have to return to St. Carmen and make an urgent report on why the sea surface has changed. Ah, so you meant we were to be parted once more. That's right. I'd be offering you all farewell gifts, but I wasn't expecting this before we left for Millennium, so I have nothing to give. Don't worry about it. We'll meet again. While we won't be needing to drag you from the sea half-drowned this time, I have a feeling our next reunion will be unforgettable in its own right. Oh, look. Scardia and Gladia are coming. Take care of yourself, Laurentina. Finished with your chat? Yes. It's past time we left, hunters. Doctor. Seems you got the evidence you wanted. Yes, you've been of great assistance. So what's the verdict? As previously mentioned, there are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. It seems the bulk of the work was handled by Lab C-22, namely the facility we just infiltrated. While I do not fully understand the principles behind the beacon system or the Class 4 weapons, the contents of their interactions can still be inferred. The coordination between the beacons and the weapons has been altered. As I surmised, the waterway program has been infiltrated at the highest level. Did you doubt the program from the start? Correct. Even before it was conceived, I had my doubts about Aiger. From where? That decisive campaign. You were meant to kill the Firstborn, but you lost contact with your team. Scardy was left to take the burden. So you already know. Scardy trusts you more than expected. I put it together from what she said. My dereliction was due to a moment of distraction. In a cave, or rather, a cavity closest to Ishlamla's core, I noticed something that should not be there. Crude piles of meat, turbid mucus. At first, I assumed they were nodules of its body, but then I saw clearly the measuring scales and flow channels around them. A corroded water flow meter. One from Aiger. A design hundreds of years old, one that now exists only in museums. Hundreds of years old. Based on the degradation, it had sat within Ishlamla's body for 2 centuries. But I had been told that no other Aiger had ever managed to reach the Firstborn before us. This is to say, before Aiger was even aware of it, its people had secretly come into contact with the Firstborn. The undercurrents beneath tranquil Aiger are more turbulent than anyone could imagine. I also found something odd while you were out. As soon as the hunters awoke, they left. They are being used to break the deadlock at the front. I can imagine the mission they've been assigned. Bypass the front lines, advance to the nest, and deploy the beacon. First support, now the linchpin. It's too quick. The advisor seemed more anxious than me. He left the lab at the first opportunity. Blandus? Then I fear we too must act as quickly as possible. If the coordination between the beacons and weapons has been tampered with, then there is only one place to go. The core of the waterway program. The beacon launcher. As for you, I'll go see the one who gave the order. Consul Clementia. I did not realize Irene's voice was so high. That's not what I expected. I thought she would have a very low voice. Alright, BP6. Anathema of Aiger. What Iga represents has never been justice, but the dignity of humanity. Alright, before we do this one though, I do want to go... she's not there. She would be... Who? What is underflow? Actually, I should be able to see it in level. Underflow. What are you? Oh, she's a tank? Actually, hold up. I might be assuming here. Is there a... Oh, no, it is a she. Okay. Alright. Let's bump this up to Fiiiiish. Let's promote. No, we don't have... Ah, come on, man. Alright, that's as far as we can take her. Attack 32, defense 32. Blocks 3 enemies and attacks from long range. Oh, so she's kind of like, oh, who's the Blackrock chick? Liscum. She's kind of like Liscum. And then she gets something at Elite 1, Cell Activity Suppressant. Huh. So unfortunately, I don't think I can bring her because she's not even an Elite 1 yet. And I think BP 6 is Elite 1 level 50. Yeah, so she's going to get wrecked if we bring her. So we're probably not going to do that. Mummy Defender. Alright, let's have a look at this. Oh, is this the creeping stuff? So if these fall, this thing's going to spread like crazy? Okay. Okay. We're under the water. Under the sea. Ugh, what a stench. All these years and they still won't make better camouflage cream. It wouldn't do any harm for us to at least smell different from the seaborn, you know. Don't move so much, shark. It'll only make the smell stronger. When you smell this much like a seaborn, I might hack at you on instinct. The whole plateau is trembling. Those giant worm-like seaborn are tunneling through the rock beneath us. Stay concealed. Vacuole lightly trembles. Core shudders fiercely. Look at these numbers. Honestly, between the currents and the seaborn, who's carrying who? They're flooding towards the front line. I can't imagine. Can't imagine what the soldiers there are fighting through. Snap out of it, Scardy. You'll crush your hilt doing that. We mourn those on the front best by completing our mission. Thanks to the Legion's fleets containing the seaborn swarm, we were able to slip in and plant this beacon deep in the nest. Even a single plant could alert the seaborn to us. If it happens to be assimilated, there is no room for negligence on our path forward. The great bleached coral will cover us as we dive for the depths of the rift. Yes, Captain. Geordie, right? Fast learner. A lot of students come here on work experience. With all the operation protocol, it never takes more than a day for them to slip up. You, though, picked it up just by watching for a little while. You've done this before? Just a bit. I've done some work in an Iberian lighthouse. The beacons share a few principles with it here and there. I see. So you're into engineering. Explains a lot. I've worked longest as a caregiver, though. Caregiver? What kind of job's that? Huh? Watching over the sick and elderly, taking care of their daily needs, sorting out all the little things for them. Gotcha. So it's like slapping little handy modules 153 and 274 in at the same time. But the little handy is impersonal, right? That's correct. You look taut as a wire, Geordie. This isn't an exam on Eigen general knowledge. I just want to ask, if the little handy has no personality, how is it supposed to meet the emotional needs of its patients? To care for people is to meet them in their weakest, most vulnerable moments, after all. I'd say the physical frailty doesn't particularly inspire emotional needs in us. And if we're headed for the grave, even with illness, we don't feel especially vulnerable either. We do let the old and sick request some final company before their euthanasia, though. Usually a leading philosopher will come in. Scholars from whatever field in general, really. I know nothing about philosophy. I just talk to them about the most banal things. Food, flowers, sunshine, and so on. But for some reason they're always so happy to listen. You're a great guy, Geordie. That shows how keen you are at grasping people's moods. No promises, but something tells me you'd shine in the in the Institute of Development Planning or Institute of Incubation too. Could I? Regardless, thank you so much. I've finished resetting the storage facilities here. Wonderful work. Now, about... Wait. Did you just see something zip past the hologram? What? Uh-oh. Oh. Intruder! Instantly knocked out. You. Young man, you saw none of this. You have no reason to complicate things. Wait. Shark's saw will be too loud. Scotty, you open the way. Cut through this cluster as quietly as you can. All right. That's a lot of color. For but an instant, the invading hunters are bathed in vivid color and indistinct lighting. That which the Iberians call Nethersea brand creeps across the coral layers, the spawn of the many lilting in their craggy nests. Eggs are swept from this cliff face as the current pass, metamorphosing as they spiral down, indescribable folds yet unfolding, until a seaborn form emerges. Soft membrane stirs. Creased skin shudders. The newborns silently gather together, their trembling bodies echoing all throughout the nest. Intertwining palps and feelers, they sweep each other off far, far away. They just keep on leaving the nest, rushing for the front line. Wait, don't you think something's off? How did that one turn into a whole bunch out of nowhere? What is it doing? Multiplying? Splitting? I've had this gnawing feeling ever since we bailed out the fleet. Swordfish, have these assholes evolved even more? The Seaborn are forever evolving. Scotty, can you remember the first Seaborn you ever killed? Not really. Just that it had a lot of gross tentacles. That's what I mean. Tentacles, stingers, chitinous shells. We could still discern the organs, identify their functions at a glance. Prior to this, the Seaborn's only skill was to hijack whatever evolutionary progress other species had accrued over the epochs. But now they've got these things. I can't begin to tell what their organs are. If I didn't know better, I might not even think to connect them to the fodder we were slaughtering just 3 months ago. The Seaborn's needs have outgrown the evolutionary advancements. They've begun seeking their own answers, which means their evolutionary course now transcends our knowledge. If we are unable to gloss their physical composition, unable to discern their organs' unique functions, unable to predict the direction they will evolve, we won't know how to kill them. We could fetch a specimen for Advisor Blandis while we evacuate. Still, the mission takes priority for now. Scotty, you and I will find where the wall hasn't yet been branded, embed the beacon there, and activate it. Laurentina, spot our surroundings. We withdraw as soon as it is planted, without delay. Consul Clementia. Greetings, Doctor of Rhodes Island, and well met in Millennium. At long last, our first official conversation. Well, Kaoshi's the official Iberian envoy. Save your modesty. Dr. Kaoshi's awe-inspiring knowledge transcends the boundaries of space and time. So for her to be keeping you up her sleeve, the depths you hide must be deeper still. Whether you come to me in doubt or with conclusions of your own to share, I am prepared to listen. You send the hunters into a literal nest of danger. Much like Dr. Kaoshi, you have misgivings about this decision. Yet I have had no choice but to order them to meet death in the eye once more. My hand was forced. Only they can break our present impasse. Rational. Maybe a little too rational. The legions are deployed to capacity. The Abyssal Hunters must assume combat duties, even having recently returned to Eiger. You suspect this situation was deliberately engineered? I gather you return from the city with findings of your own. The beacon weapon link was tampered with. Little handy priority order. Contact the supervisors for the beacon and Class 4 weapons R&D. And notify all Legion commanders. Leave enough of your fleets at the front to curb the Seaborn and assist the hunters. The rest should withdraw in order and return to the city. The Sea Patrol will seize the beacon tower right away. You have our gratitude for informing us, Doctor. Nod in silence. I know I owe the two of you an explanation for how I have deployed the Abyssal Hunters. We don't hold you accountable on a tactical level. We know your prowess against the Seaborn better than us. I can only say this. Your powers of observation would not have missed the scales of Gladier's neck. We can assume the hunters will have no trouble seeing this assignment through, but what was your guarantee they would be spared from mutating while in the nest? The word of Advisor Blandis and nothing more. Advisor Blandis' statement at the tribunal served to strengthen Millennium's confidence in the Abyssal Hunters. I confess, though, it failed to even ease my mind. I take it the Hunters still weigh heavily on your thoughts. Eiger never truly wound down the Abyssal Hunter project, following the strike on the Firstborn. I have not been involved, but my countrymen have every right to interrogate me for my awareness of it alone. For a short time after the Firstborn died, the project went through major upheavals. Anomalies plagued the experiments, and the Church grew only more fixated on the Hunters. This suggests there are urgent, hidden truths about the Hunters yet to be found. Yet it also proves that the project can no longer run publicly. To this day, it still operates in secret, but even now, Eiger has only 3 hunters, including Gladier. No, 4. For how constantly we iterate on our technology, we have never succeeded in making another Abyssal Hunter. No matter how stable the subject's signs and psychological indicators are, they lose their reason the moment they awaken, immediately corrupting into Seaborn. They don't even make it out of the chamber, let alone to the ocean proper. Abyssal Hunters are bound by blood, we forgot. What is this blood binding them? We don't know. We still don't know why Gladier's group have kept their reason intact. Sounds like they're your key to solving this, yet you chose to send them to the front. Indeed. For Gladier, Laurentina, Scardi, and all the participants, it was an irresponsible act. But the front lies at Millennium now. We made it in time to cut off the Seaborn tide as it laps at dry land, but Millennium is far from impregnable. If we fail to open the waterway now, it is only a matter of time before the city is lost. The Seaborn have organized to seize that waterway by the throat. Storming them head-on will invite a large-scale counterattack, at which point I fear none will survive. Is risking the Hunters a necessary cost here? The Hunters may well give their lives, they may well transform, but right now they are our greatest hope. Gladier has always been skeptical of the waterway program's feasibility. It was for that exact reason that she did not hesitate to serve as a link in its chain. Your doubts and struggles may differ, but all roads lead to the same place in the end. That seems to be an unspoken yet shared understanding among the Eiger. One not without its sorrows. Upon the bricks of the Sophan Theatrum entrance, the architect Martus left his maxim. There is no justice here, only the path ahead. In later generations, some criticized Martus as being overly fixated on material value, squandering his energy on comparing worth against worth. But ultimately, all that mattered to him was Eiger's path forward. Justice was merely a value cherished by the masses, and he preferred to apply his thought elsewhere. Perhaps Gladia and I have been acting on this philosophy without realizing it. Dr. Cauchy, everything you have said rings all too true. I am bound in the end to carry Eiger's arrogance with me, and nothing will change that. I would like to amend that wording. Arrogance, as a word, seems insufficient to describe Eiger. You respect equally the humanity of your every citizen. To realize each individual's worth is the guiding star for your entire society's development. Yet at the same time, you are capable of making the cruelest judgments, and calmly accepting them, for the sake of Eiger's survival as a whole. Calmly, you say. We Eiger are not cold-blooded. Whenever you would feel wrath, our own hearts are far from unstirring. These are feelings I had wished to convey to Gladia once upon a time, but I realized I had no right to. Every decision I made for her, I based in pure rationality. How natural, then, that I lost that right. How dare I ask for an emotional pardon? The same is true even now, and so, calmly, I accept my own judgment. Whole event kind of felt like watching a drama set in futuristic Rome. Oh yeah, like even the oh, what is that thing called? The Theaterium or whatever? That's basically just Rome's political setup, essentially. The designated individual has been contacted. Advisor Blandis did not pick up. Dr. Cauchy, Doctor. I am deeply sorry I could not give you an appropriate answer. But right now, I ask that you permit me to carry out my duty. So do we think Shiz messed with the beacons? Do we think it's her, or is it someone else? Those things creeping on the floor. I remember seeing this back in Iberia. Nethersea brand is what the Iberians call it. One of the ways the Seaborn propagate themselves. Remember to use your little handy to clean it swiftly. The little handy we've been issued this time is equipped with drilling tools, so it can also be used to destroy Seaborn created excrescent carapaces if required. Attack still arts splash damage. Loses splash damage when blocked. Immune to sleep and stun. Okay. So this thing can't get through yet, though. Let's do that. Actually, she's gonna get hit pretty hard. We need to get a healer out quickly before these guys break through. Healing. I could put this here, but they're gonna just AoE the crap out of him. I wonder how much damage she takes from being on this. For science. Okay, she takes a bit of damage. She also doesn't do a lot of damage. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm pulling her back. Got it. This is the same guy as the top one? Yeah, okay. Well, Cruz is probably dead here in 3, 2, 1. Call her back. Do, 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 do. Alright, get the tanks ready, because these guys kind of scare me with how much damage they're just not taking. Actually, can I get rid of all of this? Oh, I can. Very nice. So that doesn't spread at all then. Very cool, very cool. What? Where did all that damage just come from? What? Oh, he does AoE attacks. Oh, this could be bad. I wonder what path they take. Because if I could put her here, that'd be kind of cool. You know what? We can do this. Don't spread. Stop. All the ultimates. Go, go, go. There we go. No nether brand. Get that nether brand out of here. Easy. Easy. This event ties itself up pretty neatly while setting up the new stage in the future. No spoilers though. Okay. Ah, awake. I've taken care of your wounds. You will find 2 doses of stimulant beside you to bring you back to your senses. Shall I administer, or would you prefer the little handy? Fine. Do it yourself. Very practiced motions. It seems you've recuperated well. Now, unless as I know it is, I do need to tell you this. You cannot keep experimenting on yourself, or you'll have to cover your eyes as well to avoid looking like you've been tortured. The mask won't be enough, at least. My wardrobe has nothing to do with my modifications. True, you've always looked that way. We all got shivers as you entered the classroom and sat your gloomy self down. But this time, we've known each other. All this time we've known each other, and you barely even show me your face. Blandis, given you've started cracking jokes, I take it the results are less than awful. Now, that's tricky to say. The emotional ride I've been through felt like being seated next to Secunda as she sailed a patrol ship with both eyes shut. That is to say, utter madness. First of all, I noticed a baffling effect in your auto-adaptive junction. Your body's reaction is bizarre. When the Seaborn genes exert their abnormal dominance, your anti-Seaborn rejection response doesn't intensify. No, it actually lightens somewhat. Which means my transformation is getting faster. No, quite the opposite. It was right as I was cancelling the surgery that I observed a previous phenomenon. Once your rejection ebbed, your Seaborn genetics slowed down their influence. As if, to be crude, your body and the Seaborn genes had reached some sort of understanding. This is certainly worth further study. But for now, I need to know one thing. Will this impact the hunters in their upcoming battle? Slaying the firstborn will be our single most important operation since we were created. At this point, I will allow no freak accidents. I've observed no negative effects so far. I'll be setting up a few more risk assessments before you head out. That said, if we're going to figure out what's underpinning this phenomenon, then you'd best you come back alive so I have something to study at all. I'll be honest, I'm anxious. We've never waged a war on this scale before. We're marching every single abyssal hunter plus 3 whole standing legions off into a single trench. If not with a war like this, how would we ever kill their Genezozic, their source, their god? Do you truly believe we can polish off the Seaborn just like that, once and for all? You've worked with us for over a decade, and you still have doubts about the Hunter Project. Do you want the truth? The truth is, I should have vetoed this project at the audit stage. A roadmap to warping evolution, predicated on sacrificing our own people's humanity. If not for you, I wouldn't have even entertained its feasibility, let alone poured 10 years of my own blood and sweat into it. But it's a sunk cost now. The more I doubt it, the more crucial it is for me to be its core member, to steer it with my own 2 hands. Yet I can't shake the thought of how many monsters this lab's created. The majority of which were put down by your own 2 hands, Ulpianus. Yes. Their deaths don't even qualify as sacrifices to you, do they? A homeland ravaged by Seaborn will only wrest away even more Eiger lives. We've had this debate 1,000 times. We don't need another before I leave. Get the risk assessments going. Furthermore, suspend all ongoing hunter modification trials. Come again. With no hunters present, it will be difficult to deal with any aberrant results. Aberrant? Ulpianus, you've been the director of the Abyssal Hunter Project for its entire lifespan, and even you can't be fully confident in it, can you? That's the real reason you chose to be the first subject. Can this campaign put the Seaborn crisis to rest? Yes or no? Even you can't be sure. Blandis. No, Ulpianus, I've spent each and every day hoping more than anyone that this will end in victory. Maybe when you sail back safe and sound, the project will have no more reason to exist. Think, we could even pick up where we left off on all our old research. You barely even remember, do you? Well, I ran into our old teacher at the council. He asked about that dream of ours. The evolution of Eiger cells. It made for no particularly grand abstract, but glimpsing the whole course we've run from a microscopic cross-section. It's a beautiful pursuit, and no one can tell me otherwise. From our ancestors swaying their limbs in the rivers aeons ago, to us here and now as we debate science and ideals, there's a flow to it all, an order of events. It's not too late for us to witness it, is it? You finally came, Ulpianus. You won't even resort to flaunting your wretched sense of humor as a plea. Huh. Wretched sense of humor. Secunda would agree with you. You know, she's really grown to resemble you over the years. I fear you'll have another you on your hands someday. Along with the countless other yous born by or against their will, throwing themselves into the fight against the Seaborn and perishing in combat, until the shores are soaked in Ager's blood. It grieves me how she's changed. The changes in you, though, I can barely begin to comprehend. Stop what you're doing right now and explain your game to me. Blandis, cultist of the deep. You're late. I've hardly anything for you to stop now. Just a moment ago, my holo chart received a signal from Nest 37. The final beacon is activated, and the Class 4 weapons are warming up. You're not putting this one down, Ulpianus. And if you hope to learn what the Church is planning, I can't help you. They were tripping over themselves to protect me out of their own wishful thinking. And then one day they just went and changed their minds. If not for their actions, I know I might have been caught long ago. No, though, I've never counted myself among their members. I can't even make heads or tails of their warped doctrine. Still, if you're asking what drove me to do all this, I would love to bend your ear. Excellent. Then I won't need to resort to violence. Ha! Violence. Still taking that as your first impulse. If it weren't for the embarrassing situation you've put yourself in, I'm sure the Institute of Development Planning would love to have a chat with you. Want to know something? It took only moments after the failed campaign for them to declare you all dead. Then, soon enough, the Institute came down to me with an invitation to restart the Hunter Project. You haven't seen the casualty report for that campaign yet, have you? You should have a read. Abyssal Hunters, Legionnaires. Their sacrifices, a tragedy, yet the ending a farce. Violent resistance was always a dead end. The project was dead in the water from the start. Granted, Igers never used crude platitudes or propaganda to encourage such sacrifice. Every one of the project's subjects was given the freedom to make an informed decision. But using the sacrifice of our citizens as a market standard, well, that makes the very question of free choice much ado about nothing. Once an Iger's worth lay in all that they had built up and created during their life. And now, our very lives, even our deaths, are price-tagged. I will record your words, even though it's pointless. Blandus, I expected your suspicion and dissent to drive you to search deeper, not reduce you to a cowardly, self-deceiving man you are now. Whether out of passion or mourning, it's still the same brand of rhetoric spouted by every fool and claiming to foresee the fall of Iger itself. Assigning a character to a nation, anthropomorphizing it to critique its values. Even as a method of inflating one's egos, it's shoddy at best. But even as you weep over the senseless sacrifice, have you never imagined how many lives your destruction of the Waterway program will take? Destruction? No, Pianus. I'm trying to open up a true path for us. What have you done? Now, Pianus, be patient. I have nothing to hide. Blandus brushes past Ulpianus and stops before the holo chart. With his back to his old friend, he passes a finger over the sea of glowing dots and points to a flashing spot in the top right corner. See that? That's where the hunters are right now. They activated the last beacon and are probably caught in a deadly struggle. But they aren't in any danger, any true danger, that is. The moment they can fight no more, that's when the weapons kick in. The Seaborn will cease fighting. Every last one thronging one of them will fall. Every last one thronging one of them will fall asleep. What? Okay. Keep going. If you remember your auto-adaptive junction tech, you'll have no trouble understanding what I'll tell you next. That old surgical accident I had. Well, you were right. It was absolutely worth the further study. The junction brought about a homeostasis in you on the microscopic level. Your body no longer ejected the Seaborn genes, and they miraculously stopped overtaking you. It may have been by chance, but in no time at all I was able to reproduce your phenomenon on the macro scale. To an extent, I could delete the hostility Seaborn bore towards humankind. Oh, is he trying to change? Is he trying to not kill the Seaborn but make them no longer hostile? But isn't the general nature of the Seaborn hostile? Because they just want to consume everything? And before Gladia's unit left for Nest 37 during their surgery, I took the opportunity to reproduce that accident of yours. You wanted to recreate in the Hunters an accident with no proven explanation, no clear effects, and not even a trace of actual rigorous verification. No. What happened in your body has long since graduated from freak accident. While you were missing, I spent every waking moment on the research. I trusted you Hunters were still alive, trusted you would come back, and that I could help you be free of that blasted fate of yours. But you refused to restart the Abyssal Hunter project. How did you... Were you experimenting on yourself? No wonder your body stinks of miasma. Huh! My physical condition doesn't hold a candle to yours, naturally. I haven't much longer now. I can actually feel each second of my life slipping away. But it was worth it. I've done all I needed to. Tell me, Ulpianus, that the Hunters were born to be a solution. Not a tool, not a weapon, not a consumable designed to be tossed aside. They were. Good. Then the project was a failure. But the Hunters still have a chance to fulfill their calling, yet not through senseless slaughter and sacrifice. You will live to show your worth, not die to give Iger a few more final gasps. The Abyssal Hunters will be the start of a revised relationship between humanity and the Seaborn. If I can have them mistake humankind as their own, then maybe I can get the many to see Iger as a neighbor. Oh. I still don't think this can happen. If I can have them mistake humankind as their own, as in Seaborn, then maybe I can get the many, the Seaborn, to see Iger as a neighbor. I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think he's thought this out. And you had your eyes on the Waterway program all along. More precisely, the Waterway program came to me first. Clementia reached out to me at practically the same time as the Institute. She let me in on both the game plan for the Waterway program and the research project for the Class 4 weapon array. The weapons rooted in biotech like them can impact Seaborn behavior at large. The theory grounding them has a natural affinity with the auto-adaptive functions. By then, I'd already gathered the data I needed to perfect the junction tech, to the point that it was no longer limited to human subjects anymore. So, I made a tiny little tweak to the Class 4s. The instant they activate, we can close the book on our fight with the Seaborn. The Abyssal Hunters, the Class 4s, it'll all transcend the boundary of species. It'll become a path, a bridge. You can't make this up. 2 centuries of constant war between Iger and the Seaborn, and one little trick is likely all it takes to stop it. Maybe the severity of this war was a fiction from the very beginning. Now, I mean no offense to our predecessors, but at least we still have the power to choose a different path. Not that I'll get to see it. The rest is out of my hands. At least I was lucky enough in the end to see you at the Sophon Theatrum. You're the one who started the Hunter project. You know your way around self-adaptive junctions. You've been through all this. Only you, Ulpianus, only you can keep the work going. Is that why you were so blithely waiting for my arrival? To entrust your work to me before you die? It's my turn to invite you. Iger and the Seaborn have a chance at achieving true symbiosis. Perhaps that's a future you wouldn't mind bearing witness to. I refuse. I did expect that, but still, that was a little too blunt. Ulpianus, this is the control room where I'll die, but... Landis, even if your death is certain, you must know, You have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. It's happened in an alternate timeline. Mizuki sacrifices himself to take over as the firstborn and achieves human plus seaborn peace. Oh, that would have been the IS, right? Like IS 3, 4? IS 4? Actually, it might have been IS 2. It was a while ago. Right. So it is possible to get them to... That's weird. So how do the Seaborn live after that? Because isn't their whole thing consume? So if they're now friends with the humans, or not enemies, what do they consume? And what is the limit of their consumption? There was a time, not so long ago, when we ventured to make sense of the meaning of our existence by studying how our own Igerian cells had evolved. But you've ruined everything you had with your own hands, all for one wild flight of fancy. The seaborn are noxious scourge upon the ocean. There is no point in doubting that. They are beings full of unknowns, yet you believe in symbiosis with them, as if they are your friends. Blandus, that is the same arrogance the Aiger had in assuming victory was inevitable. No, this is that 100 times over. Are you even aware of what you're thinking? Can you describe this hopeful vision you see in your fantasies of symbiosis? Are the Seaborn to be magical seafloor fairies spoken of in children's stories? Or will they be our beloved household pets? Will Gladia debate philosophy with them? Will Skadi take tea time with them? Will Laurentina be dancing with them? He sent them into space, probably to go fight the observers. Oh, that's an interesting twist on fighting the observers. How do you defeat something that consumes? You send another thing that consumes and continuously evolves to beat the thing that it's trying to consume. Huh. Okay. But then once one of them wins, doesn't it just create a bigger problem eventually? It's kind of just buying you time. Unless you hope one of them evolves to oh, what's that word for like a generous god? Oh, I can't think of it. But basically a generous god that's like, oh no, you're fine, you can continue living. You can't paint even a single proper picture, can you? Your own proven record as the scientist you were thrown away. When I see you now, Blandus, I can only laugh. I've never heard you say so much in one breath. I've never heard you say so much in one breath, Ulpianus. You mean to tell me you despair, yes? The only one who ever despaired was you. So you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. Not in front of me. Every fallen must be sentenced, and that every corpse should be hung from the dry reefs. Is it even in you to sentence me? The campaign to slay the firstborn was full of questionable points, and you stand as the greatest suspect. Everything you've done now puts you at odds with Aiger. This nation has rejected you. And so I have no choice but to take on your noble work. The man I knew would never have given this con man's rhetoric. I'm simply stating the facts. Then in this moment, the last I will ever spend as an Aiger, I sentence you. Blandus sends nothing. Perhaps he's lost the energy or given up on retorting. This dialogue of monologues has dragged on long enough, to the point it's begun to wear on him. The golden holochart ripples before him. Too bright, he thinks, and so he closes his eyes. From somewhere, a communication intrudes and shatters the brief silence. With it, he hears the shrill grinding of his old friend's anchor being dragged across the floor. But only one thought makes it in time. He couldn't even give the hunters a welcome home hug. Man went full loopy. Man went full loopy. I don't know what this means for the hunters, though, when this thing activates. Fun fact, in Skadi Alter's new skin, she refers to the Seaborn as fairies. Ah. That's why Mizuki gives his sense of self up to lead the Seaborn. Oh, okay. So he becomes like a firstborn, kind of. Backflow current. The children of the sea proliferate through the city. They will not permit any place in the sea that does not belong to the sea. Senor Opianus. You. So it is you. Okay. We met once at Grand Pharaoh, actually. It was you who approached me. Though I never learned your name until after I got here. Please, you're not supposed to be here. It's Control Center for the Beacon Tower. That man on the floor. Did you do that? It's the most fitting end for one who fell. What did he do? None of your business, young one. Leave this place for your own safety. The nest beacons have all been activated. The sabotage weapons are warming up. How else can I warn the hunters? Is Laurentina's group in danger? Did this man do it? Is that why you... You won't tell me. You don't trust me? Well, I don't trust you either, honestly. You never introduce yourself, and seeing all this, it's really only right to suspect you. But they're your friends. You're a hunter too. I think I know a little about your tales together. He did his dirty work on them before they left. They're still caught in the Seaborn tide for now. I'm not entirely certain what's going to happen, but the danger is definite. If they went to plant the beacon and are still in the nest, maybe we could send their beacon a signal from this tower to warn them. I was helping out here earlier. I know roughly how the basic controls work. Then do it. Okay. Well, it's much more complex in practice, but I can say this tower seems to operate on a very similar framework to a lighthouse's control system. As far as I'm aware, Bregan passed through this city and aided the tower reconstruction effort. The technician mentioned that the tower will automatically navigate the weapons once every beacon is active, and all other controls will be locked out by the program. So if we want to send a signal to one of these beacons, let me see. Just as I feared, it's impossible to resume control. Do you have any other way to circumvent the lockdown? If Bregan was involved in the reconstruction, then maybe, just maybe, I have a very stupid plan. My entire time here in Millennium, I've been trying to get to understand the man Bregan was. He had a habit of writing things down, always noting his thoughts, his suspicions, etc. He kept it up even on dry land. Was it so he wouldn't forget things? I think I can try temporarily shutting down the main control panel's data decomposition system, like this. Before you were bringing up my history, you called me Bregan's descendant, but just from looking at his images, you can tell I don't resemble the genius architect one bit. My parents were just Igers rooted to the land. There are plenty of us across Iberia and the other terrestrial countries. Strictly speaking, we don't even count as... So what? It used to trouble me. But recently I've been learning to let myself get over it, to not think so hard about it. It's just you were the first to ever mention that to me, so I wanted to be sure. Why did you think I was... True, I did miss the mark, but I never engage in baseless speculation. There is more of a bond between you than I think. A bond? The profound silence ruined Iberia. The lighthouses fell dark along the coast, and doubt and suspicion grew in their shadow. Brogan was forced to flee the splendor he himself had designed. Grand Pharaoh was one place he sheltered while on the run. The research notes your parents left you are undoubtedly connected to him. They were people he knew he could entrust his life's work to. Look at what you're doing now, young one. You may not be his descendant by blood, but you have most certainly inherited a portion of his wisdom. Millennium is the first Igerian city you visited, and, coincidentally, the last Bregan stopped at before leaving the country entirely. His trail covers the entire seabed, and everywhere he went he visited those of great repute to share his thoughts on dry land, his conjectures on Terra's future. He had hoped someone would head for the continent with him, so that one day land and sea might stand against crisis together, seek new possibilities together. Many admired him for his talent, but perhaps his suggestions were too ahead of his time, for in the end hardly any responded to his invitation. In Millennium he even volunteered to take part in this tower's reconstruction, in exchange for an audience with the then council. And, do you need to ask, he was rejected. But as the work finished, he made the final decision to wrap up his winding tour and officially depart for the faraway soils. Even if his time on the road had gained him practically no support. Think over what you've done. You left the town you knew and came to this alien place they call your home. That too took incredible courage. In this respect, you and Bregan are not dissimilar. Conversely, if all you'd shared was just blood, then that would have been something to be ashamed of. I do not usually play psychological counselor Jordi Fontanarossa. I think, really, that did it. At the very least, signaling a single beacon shouldn't be an issue. Let's see. Nest 37. I hope Laurentina and her friends notice. Actually, Signor Ulpianus, is it just me or is the air getting stuffy? Oh, did they turn off like the oxygen supply or something? My comms just picked up a faint gravitational wave. What a strange feeling, seeing the ripples in space-time with my own eyes. Just like in the manual. Seems the beacon's already active. According to Clementia, this beacon going live should mean the Class 4 weapon array will automatically come online. We should head back the way we came, immediately. Aw, and here I was thinking we'd stay behind and enjoy our front row seats. What's so fun about watching cannons fire? Oh, weren't we supposed to have something rather different in store? I thought we'd see the Seabourn silently popping all at once across the entire stretch. How poetic, how fitting, when you consider all the little bastards' wrongs, no? Though Class 4 weaponry may not affect us, pointless dithering will only invite more variables. Fine. Off we go then. Vacuum merrily whirls. A soft murmur reaches Spectre's ear, and when she turns to look, she meets with an eye, more accurately, a nucleus leaping to and fro. The flagella of the Seabourn sticks to her cheek, soft as a kiss. Spectre sees the nucleus pulsing in a clear rhythm, blending with her own heartbeat. Whoa! Shark! Don't attack yet, Scardy. It went straight past us. Don't strike me that... Wait. Oh, doesn't strike me that we spooked it. More like something pulled it away. The beacon. Captain, the gravitational waves coming from this thing aren't supposed to be so irregular, are they? Skadi, behind you. Move. Is the signal we sent them into a frenzy? As in, we sent, Geordie sent? The currents reverse. The tide sweeping the seabourn surges back into the nest. The sound of beating membranous wings, of compressing and unfolding, of clamoring mouthparts, of roaring streams. The whole space reverberates with layer upon layer of cries, of pure elation. The beacon's been completely drowned out. The eggs and newborns are multiplying rapidly. Clementia said all formless newborns would enter straight into necrosis, and the mature individuals would flee from the area, while the fungal mat, the vegetation, the whole nest would decay starting from the environment. But clearly we're not seeing much of a collective necrosis here, are we? If anything, I'd say they're full of life. Pull back. Gladia turns the instant she barks the order, her lance piercing the seabourn ahead as ruptured tissues burst about like blood. Ever since that little bastard touched my face, I've been feeling sleepy somehow. How very strange. It's been so long since I felt this way. I thought it was just me. This shouldn't be. Combat only sharpens an abyssal hunter's lucidity. Blandis. You mean the auto-adaptive junction surgery? We discovered an anomaly, and Blandis certainly treated us, but he also tampered with the procedure. Yet another coincidence or not, the church's attack cleared our suspicions of him. This was my mistake. But he's the advisor. Why would he? Oh no, they're singing. They're starting to sing. No! If we want answers, we must make it back to the city. Spectre skips ahead at the vanguard, her dance as graceful as ever. With but a twirl, a high RPM sawblade leaves the seabourn ahead carved in two. The beasts have noticed us, and yet show hardly any will to attack. Captain, Shark, have you noticed the water flowing slower? Get a hold of yourself, Skadi. No, wait. She's right. These animals are secreting something. Finally, the tide receding, the nest temporarily bears the truth of its transformation. Seaborn living and dead fall into every ravine in the seabed. The nest's borders have begun to bleach, chitin coming together into a thick crust. Something has provided them immense nutrition. The whole nest is forming a carapace and spurring every life within to evolve faster. A shell. If we take the Iberian so-called Nethersea brand as the roadmap for the organism's expansion, then this shell is the final act of refueling before it begins. Without warning, the beacon pulsed irregularly gravitational waves. Right afterward, the seabourn swarm began to the nest around it. Either this is some elusive aberration in the weapons themselves, or someone in the city is trying to remotely control the beacon to transmit information, or possibly both. Whatever Blandis did to us during surgery has dulled our senses. Consider the hunt on. Time is of the essence. Get out of here. Your cheeks are flushed, and your clothes soaked through with sweat. I am nervous. No. You're accustomed to dry, arid land. You're more sensitive to dampness than an average Aegar. Your humidity is racking you. Hold on. Look at the chart. Densely packed biosignatures from right above us. It's the dome above the tower. The Seaborn are seeping into the city through there. No, but weren't there 2 legions out there keeping them at bay? Plus the hunters. Even if some from other nests slipped through around the perimeter, Millennium still has countless sensor units across the dome and all sorts of complex defenses. How could the Seaborn get into the city without a sound? Did this tower draw them in? But why? My guess is someone showed them the path. Blandis, had it ever dawned on you that your folly would lead to such disaster? Ulpianus is pensive. He does not turn to look at the culprit of all this, lying motionless on the floor. He stares closely at the holographic sea chart. Dots representing the Seaborn swarm converge right on Millennium's coordinates. They shine like the stars. And things have gone terribly wrong. From history. And so the forefather passed on into history, from whence came the Seaborn, and for the first time his teachings were understood. Ooh, are we going to find out where they actually came from? Ooh. We are getting suggested elite level 2 now, so we might have to get rid of some of our elite level 1s. We will keep the Ulpianus, but we do have to get rid of Arene, unfortunately. Let's bring in... let's bring in... Who? You know what? Holohayak. Have we got any other elite ones in here? Lucilia, but... We'll see. Lucilia might be okay for a little while. She's not a critical character. Oh, no, I'm going to have to redo it. Kaul. I love the way she says face. Kaul. She, like, lengthens it so much. Start. Get rid of Irene. Bring in Holohayak. Leave the rest. Yes. Oh, get Ulpianus. Go. Irene EN dub is way deeper than JP. Yeah, JP is so high. It's crazy. I did not expect that from Irene. She doesn't come across as someone to be super energetic and have a super high-pitched voice. There are always chimes, like little bells resounding from the dome, the result of countless tentacle-shaped biomonitors analyzing the most minute changes in the ocean current. Occasional dull roars echo faintly from the port, as warships coming to and from the harbor gracefully displace vast amounts of seawater, like gigantic fins. The goods flying through aerial optic cables in squeezed state to every household, amid a near subsonic buzzing. These myriad noises, varied yet not chaotic, have become the ambience of Millennium, long since faded into the background for its 10,000 or so residents. But now all those residents stop in their paces. They wonder if their ears are deceiving them. At first it was like a wisp of wind sweeping across an angular reef. Then, like a newborn who tentatively poked its head out of the warm womb. And after that, a colony, a nest, an entire region of sea. Wap, 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 wap. Oh. Wait, did this happen like instantly? What the hell? Or is this outside the dome? This might be outside the dome. The thick, bizarre sound of blooming of life could be heard clearly. The children of the sea now give back to the ocean. They give civilization a kiss, and civilization is now filled to the brim with life. Look. The usual tower looming over the city center is gone, replaced by an enormous stone column, the type seen only in karst caves in the sea. Layer upon layer of fine, porous, slimy, and smooth seaborne tissue encircle the walls of the beacon tower. Yet light from the equipment within still permeates, casting an ethereally enchanting glow over its surroundings. Microbial colonies float down from the column, blossoming into oddly shaped life forms. If it weren't for the statues I can just barely make out, I'd have thought that these were untouched wilds. Nest conversion. Why would there be seaborn in the city? I know we haven't. Doesn't matter if we did or not, as long as the results are as expected. I just hope it's a lesson those ever-sinking Eiger will never forget. What do we do now? We keep it growing and stop the city from pushing it back. Was murdering Tulian not enough? Do you need to destroy the entire city to state your appetite for chaos? Actually, I don't think this is Ulpius. I think this is, Scantor? Whatever her name is. Underflow. At first I was planning to tail you back to your allies and save myself some effort. Yeah. Secunda. But since it's an emergency, I'll have to haul my net in now. You will be the 33rd and 34th Church of the Deep's cultists caught by the Sea Patrol this month. The Sea Patrol? You've harmed a lot of our brothers and sisters lately. Clinging to the current order will do you no good. What Eiger needs isn't a struggle for its life in despair. It's... Shut up. I'm not here to debate. Prefectus Secunda, an unusual concentration of biosignatures has been detected. They've tripled in number in a short time. It seems the Seaborn have fully converted the tower into their nest and are now steadily producing more of themselves. We cannot allow them to spread to the outer city units. The nearby civilians have already started evacuating by themselves. Take a squad to guide them to the emergency shelters. Remember to clear the roads of all support machines. If the Seaborn contaminate them, they could be used as weapons against us. The rest of you, get in formation and deploy barriers. Keep the Seaborn within the perimeter of the beacon tower. Yes, ma'am. I was sure the Class 4 weapons had already been activated. Don't tell me. I'm listening. Lock down all Class 4 weapons immediately. I want a thorough inspection of the entire system as soon as possible. All troops who have fallen back, regroup at the port immediately. From now on, all combatants are to remain on standby on the channel. The radio's gone dead. This isn't quite what you described. Look at this real-time nautical chart. Just an hour ago, seaborne biosignatures were generally stable. But now, every nest on the continental shelf is getting closer and closer to each other. No, it's not that the nests are moving. They're expanding endlessly, like countless drops of ink spreading across a sheet of paper. This entire stretch of sea is turning into a nest. The scattered nests are linking together as one, with Malarium in the middle. Did Eiger really bring weapons to disperse them, Madam Consul, or a mass of catalysts? Are you annihilating them or feeding them? If Blandus tempered with the link between the beacons and the weapons, it must have been him who altered their effects as well. And as a result, Eiger's hopes of landfall have been exploited. As the Waterway Program's chief designer of warfare, I will take full responsibility for this, but we haven't lost the battle quite yet. Look outside. Not a hint of disturbance on the streets. Malarium has not yet sunk into panic. We've struggled against the Seaborn for more than 200 years. We've experienced countless incidents like this. It's far too early to declare Malarium lost to the enemy. Dr. Kaoshi, Doctor, you must leave the city at once. I'll escort you to the port. I had assumed a consul would need to remain at her post. As things stand, the port is at the heart of the city, a key military installation we cannot afford to lose. The Seaborn have already invaded my city. You think I'll wait for our uninvited guests to knock on the Penseverium's door? Gah. The air's gotten more humid the further we go. I can barely breathe. Watch your step. Use your device to float over. Don't step on that. Nethersea brand. Indeed, yet another means for the Seaborn to extend their reach. They've already spread from the top of the tower to here, much faster than you'd see on land. The Seaborn are nesting in the city, above our very heads. You said there was someone directing them. Why? How? This is the work of that dead man Blandis. He spent the last 5 years on this. According to his farcical plans, the signals emitted by this tower would, along with the weapons we brought, become a bridge connecting humanity and the Seaborn. He has indeed built a bridge of sorts, but the Seaborn have not reciprocated his ambitious goodwill. Our connection has only served to alert the beasts to Millennium's position, and given them an understanding of our defense mechanisms. The legions had taken great pains to divide this stretch of sea into manageable regions, but with the nests now converging on the signal, they are whole once more. The Class 4 weapons that should have destroyed the nests and repelled the Seaborn have done the exact opposite. Seaborn tissues grow along their firing paths. What should have withered has instead nourished. Even until death, he never realized his own arrogance. Signor Openis, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but right now, the Seaborn already consider this tower a new nest. It will steadily spawn and attract more from the other nests to gather here. Can we reverse the change? It's too late. We have only one option. Eject the city unit the beacon tower stands on. Eject? But underwater cities aren't built in blocks. How would you... There is still much you do not understand about Eiger. Unlike the nomadic cities of the land pieced together from cumbersome plates, Eiger technology focuses on the biological, especially when it comes to city construction. Biting off a poisoned limb is an instinctual reaction in a sea beast. Nothing difficult. We must keep the remainder of the city, for it still has use. Otherwise the Seaborn in the area will eventually unite into one, and no one would ever be able to stop them then. They'll come ashore without a hint of resistance. They'll land in Iberia. What do we have to do exactly? A massive yet precise framework supports each city unit of Millennium. The operation system controlling the linkage of the tower units should be in this control center. Once activated, it will send the entire tower into the depths. Is this it? I can operate it, but there's no response. It doesn't seem like there's any issue with the system, so it must be the linkage itself. The Institute of Facility Management has specialists dedicated to the maintenance of the framework. It is less likely to malfunction than a hunter's weapon is to rust. And yet, here we are, precisely at a time like this. Reading error occurred. Run fault diagnostics? Do you need my help, Mr. Avidus? Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy. Could he know something about this? I might know who to look for. Contact the Eiger soldiers outside. They'll help you exit this place. Are you going to stay here, alone? You still have doubts about me, young one. Good. But someone needs to stay in this control center. Once the tower completes its conversion, Millennium will be unable to eject it, even if we manage to repair the linkage. A sea beast cannot spit out its heart when the heart is no longer its own. I must remain to confirm that the framework has resumed operation, then eject the tower myself. But if you do that, you'll sink along with it, into the hordes of Seaborn. You needn't worry about that. Or do you mean to say you're more suited for that duty? You don't have much time, young one. You've already... Isn't this the frequency of the beacon tower? Secunda, Sea Patrol. Who's inside the tower? Then what about Blandis? He's dead. The two of us were in contact, but I never noticed anything unusual. I should submit myself to the consul for discipline once this is settled. Malaria must abandon the tower. I must see it sink into the abyss with my own eyes. And after that? Will you return to Eiger? Can you return to Eiger? I told you not to ask pointless questions, Secunda. You should not allow the past to render you indecisive. You're overthinking things. Blandis told me what happened back then. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter which of you rejected my application. Though I'm willing to admit that I regret not becoming a hunter and fighting alongside you all deeply. I'll admit that I felt anger and resentment for a long time. I even envied Skadi. But eventually I became accustomed to patrol work. For your sake. For the sake of the project keeping our home, our civilization, safe. Staying outside of a specific project will allow you to see more sacrifices, more betrayals, more untrustworthy people, more things deviating from their paths. Like you right now. Have you thought through what you should bear? If you truly did betray Eiger, if you really are associated with that scum, then you're in that tower now to plan your escape. I'd bear the guilt of allowing a fallen Eiger to flee. If you're still a hunter, then you'll be fighting alone. However, it's already impossible to wipe your slate clean after infiltrating the city, breaking into the tower, not to mention the outcome of the tribunal. Eiger may not remember your sacrifice, just like how Tulia will inevitably be forgotten. But I agree. Ejecting the tower is the most effective way to help Milarium respond to this disaster. I approve of your choice. I'll afford you some limited amount of trust. Very well. You have 5 minutes. After that, I'll come rescue that land dweller in the tower. The entire city is following the Emergency Transportation Coordination Plan. We'll enter the axial channel via the Southern Theatrum and leave for the port. I will remain here to direct operations while the Sea Patrol takes command of this ship and sees you to dry land. The drone matrix will also head to the lighthouse and assist Iberia in mounting a defense. Should the city not organize an evacuation of its citizens as well? Milarium is a military fortress. It is able to accommodate its citizens during battle. All citizens have already been escorted to shelter by the Sea Patrol. Those neural cables by your hand, should they be twitching like that? No. With communications down, my connection to the ship's operating system has been cut off. I'm losing control. Little Handy, run diagnostics on the entire ship. The system's breach is more serious than I expected. We might not have enough time to land. I'm sorry. At least the city's artificial gravity is still functional. The devices you have will help you move freely through the air. Now follow me. No need to be scared. All you have to do is walk out the door. Comms are still down. Looks like someone managed to cut off the entire Southern Theatrum from the outside. Monster. Vigilant screeching. Monster spreads its ebon talons as a wave of heat washes over you. At nearly the same time, the consul draws her ceremonial swords and steps to the side to cover you and Kaoshi. You take a good look at the enemy before you. What is it? Oh, it be Seaborn. What's the center of it look like? Does it have a face? It does not. But it is somewhat human-like. An unusually shaped Seaborn bars your way. It seems to lack hostility. Before monsters roar startled it simply stood there quietly, its featureless face illuminated by the coral-shaped terminal in the middle of the Southern Theatrum. The granular organelles surrounding its body spread out like arms, stroking the branches of the terminal and fusing with the flowing characters and symbols on it. Is it observing? Sensing? Can it even comprehend human perception and reasoning? It turns towards you. Seaborn? Is it the one that breached the terminal? This is unprecedented, and not a good sign. There is no justice here, only the path ahead. A Seaborn trespassing on an Agarian city, reciting an ancient proverb in a sanctum designed by sages past. This might be the most ironic scene I've witnessed since I joined this war. Uncouth even for a How do you say that? Uncouth even for a provocation. There we go. Its use of language and its manner of speaking are all unlike the usual outcome of the Seaborn's forced learning. I fear this Seaborn was once human, Madam Consul. Language. Never have I forgotten it. Never has it abandoned me. What about your thoughts? Do you actually comprehend yourself when you clumsily mimic the sayings of the wise? Comprehend? No. I did not understand their true meaning, even as I left them for posterity. Now I have a new understanding. Left for posterity? Martyrs. You're martyrs. The key member of the 4th observation team of the Mantle Ruins, the scholar of anthropology and prehistoric civilization who went missing more than 2 centuries ago. That martyrs. In my most distant memories, I was once known by that name. But now you need only be cognizant of my appearance. You see before you a Seaborn. Call me as such. Seaborn. The Seaborn floats towards you. Through its transparent skull, you see strangely colored orbs gather and disperse, steadily changing their formation. Iga, allow me to converse with the one behind you. Glob, tell your little friend to stow its fangs. Its flames cannot burn my blood. AMA 10. What? Who are you? Why did you call Kaoshi that? Stay vigilant, Dr. Serpentine. I'll speak with it. Kaoshi. Kaoshi. I see now. If you are accustomed to that name, I can call you by that. I have waited for you, Kaoshi, for the 2 of you for a very long time. Huh? How he know Cow? How he know her real name? Yeah, we got a lot of range tiles, so we need to put something here that can hit both of these. What can we put there that can hit both? We need a Lord, when we did not bring a Lord. That is unfortunate. Maybe we just put Skadi here to just destroy it as soon as possible. Yeah, because we got no other range tiles. Actually, we could put her here. She becomes kind of useless, though. Oh, there's another blue thing here. Oh, I didn't even notice that. And boom. Nucleic maleficent. Oh my god, the words. The words! Becomes combat ready when damaged, continuously inflicting nervous impairment on your nearby units. Depletes substantial HP to destroy excrescent carapaces upon encountering. Oh, so it like uses its own HP to destroy these. Cool. Alright, very cool. It's gonna have to use a lot of health to destroy these, hopefully. Boom, boom. And now we deal fire damage too. That hot fire damage. I'll put Ulpanus here so he can prepare to go crazy. Okay, so it takes about half their health doing that. Roughly half their health. Very nice. I actually really do want Ulpianus. But god, it might be a while before we can even get him. Or it'll take a lot of rolls. I mean, we've already done a bunch of rolls, right? I do kind of need a healer. I might put the healer here, yeah. Ah, it's those screamy boys. These guys that scream and then run. Kill it! I'll leave it there to kill this one. Oh, I don't think he's going to hit that one. Okay. Start charging it back up. Nice. Oh, there's lots of them now. Oh, there'd be a lot of them. I could probably get rid of her to get an extra spot. Oh my god, he wipes them out. Those things are tanky as hell. And he's able to just one-shot them with that ability? That's kind of crazy. Wow. I'm curious if he's going to be another boss killer. Long have you walked the land, Kalshi. The changes in the sky would not have escaped your attention. The Seaborn raises its head slightly, gazing up with its non-existent eyes. Perhaps a habit from the time it still had them. Above the dome, beyond the infinite water, something in the distance seems to have caught its attention. Tell me, how long will it take for the hole to close again? I see. Iger was right. The Seaborn had a clear reason for leaving the ocean and invading the land. You came because you noticed the change in the barrier. I have seen through the eyes of we many who have ventured the land. There is a ripple in the sky. The immutable veil has been torn open. Your survival instincts have driven you to monitor monitor every change in the environment and the dangers they signify. Dangers. Yes. You are indeed sharp, Kalshi. Your program runs smoothly. Our communication will be effective. The calamity that hangs above terror, the eye that gazes upon us, does it see the abnormality of the sky, or has it already? You understand Terra Kalshi and the crisis it faces. You can, you must, help we many understand, help we many evolve. Am I hearing this correctly, Kalshi? I sincerely hope this is the Seaborn's wishful thinking, rather than some kind of consensus you have, Dr. Kalshi. Let me finish, Madam Consul. The last chance is fleeting. The oceans of terror are too small. Knowledge, nourishment, space. We many must grow. We many require help. Oh my god, did the Doctor and Priestess create this abomination as well as a way to fight the creatures in space? Did we create another horrific plague on this planet? You are not just trying to go on land. Growing wings is not difficult, but insufficient. Going beyond the skies requires a revolution in the species' fundamental nature. You have the knowledge, Kaushi. You help we many understand, and we overcome calamity. Whatever their origin, the Seaborn are non-sapient creatures driven by instinct, ones that the church fanatics have placed their unreasonable expectations on. But you know far more than either of those two groups possibly could. How? We are the same, Kaushi. You and we many have the same duty. Perhaps I should reframe the question. How did the Seaborn evolve into what they are today? What do you have to do with Karula Arbor going out of control? Is the answer important to you? I can speak of my own history if it helps you understand my intention. We've waited 2 centuries for these answers. What really happened in that failed expedition? What turned you into what you are now? Failed? No. It was a success beyond our wildest dreams. We penetrated the deepest layer of the mantle ruins for the first time. The predecessors carved open the rock and built massive, maze-like complexes reaching into the lower mantle. We'd never gone further than them, even after thousands of years of excavating. The mantle ruins, the genesis of Aiga civilization. We thought we'd find more relics, more secrets, more answers there. But all we had hoped for did not exist. All that was buried in those depths was a spark of hope. Go on. I was separated from my team along the way. I was the only one to make it to the end of the path. There I saw. What did you see? A giant, some massive thing sleeping in the shadow of the cerulean tree. I did not see his entirety. A small part of his limb was enough to fill my entire vision. That limb was touching the transparent wall of a sealed chamber. Perhaps he was waiting for contact, or perhaps... Before I realized it, I was standing before him and reaching out. The wall of the chamber was cold, but I could feel his warmth. Then visions surged toward me from every direction, inundating me. A Farenmut shared its visions with you. A Farenmut shared its visions with you. What did you see? Fallen cities under an oppressively hanging dome. The land aflame. The stargate extinguished. The star ring broken. The road network shattered. Fallen cities under an oppressively hanging dome. The land aflame. The stargate extinguished. The star ring broken. The road network shattered. Huh. Okay. The destruction of prehistoric civilization. Yes. Aiga never discovered the reason for its destruction, but I saw a vision of it before my eyes. Yet it was not the end. Visions continued to flow, visions far beyond my limited comprehension, eternally dispersing particles and oceans of sand that never ripple. Cold, lightless plains and darkness without end. Burnt-out stars and ever-expanding black holes. Nothing there was familiar. I lost my senses, all of them, and even the Farenmut that shared vision with me could not sense his own existence. It was an entirely alien place, without life, meaning, or information. The Seaborn's words stop. Through its transparent skull you can see the strangely colored nuclei gather then disperse. It seems to be thinking, and the nuclei represent the process of its thoughts. But you, Kaoshi, understand the meaning of those images. The crisis destroyed everything. It cannot be visualized. There is no word in our language to describe it. It was the end of prehistoric civilization, and the calamity that terror must face. It is the end of all things. The horrifying images left me as I pulled my hand back, replaced by another image, one that was broken, blurred, chaotic. He and his children shall devour all that is living, and consume the moons and the stars. All that is living and dead shall nourish him, and he shall murmur at the end of time. Wait, is this a creature on our planet? Wait, is this one of the creatures that destroyed the old Doctor's civilization? So I guess it could be called a Fiiiiiish because it's immortal, but it's not a Fiiiiiish as we would generally think a Fiiiiiish to be. It's not from here. Survive. Over and over. Survive. Chaotic. Murmur. Was the Fiiiiiish asleep? He was trapped within a dream. The dream stagnated. Evolution stagnated. Duty stagnated. He was trapped in the cerulean cave. Therefore, I must awaken him. Has he been awakened? Uh-oh. Cassia. Magister Avitus. Did you and your comrades go into hiding in order to destroy the city from within, waiting for when the Sea Patrol's guard was at its weakest? You should be evacuating, Magister. The Sea Patrol has noticed, Cassia. They're investigating you. You're showing this much concern for me because that tiny embryo I left in the incubator reminded you of the past. Am I right? I'm just curious. Do you regret your decision? Now is not the time for this. The Seaborn have invaded Millennium. Stop what you're doing or the city will be lost. Isn't it a little late for that? Why did you choose to betray Iger? I told you. The Seaborn have revealed the weakness of Igar's very foundation. Before people can regain the will to live, the collapse of their values will have crushed them already. Once you were a great scholar, but what are you doing in this city now? You found out about me a long time ago, didn't you? You had many chances to stop things from getting to this point. You could have reported me to the Sea Patrol at any time. But you did nothing. You sat and waited, watching everything happen like a blind fin spinning in a whirlpool. Did you come to Millennium just to witness the destruction and validate your own despair? I can still stop you. As long as life remains tied to any value system, it is doomed to eventually collapse. Life itself should be reason enough to live. We must rekindle our most basic survival instincts and force the people to reassess the values they once held in such high regard. Only by doing so can they be saved from despair, from becoming like you. Like me. Watch out! Cassia got away. The linkage here was sabotaged. No wonder it didn't work from the control room. Leave this to me, ma'am. The Seaborn are approaching. My mentor at the Inquisition taught me some arts, although my talents are nothing to write home about. That woman worked at the Institute of Facility Management. She'd know how to sabotage the city unit framework. I appreciate your courage, Geordie. I'll call in people to get this area under control. As for Cassia, she's mine. Rapidly flaps fins. Whoa, already? Are you going to keep lying there, Mr. Avitus? His student has vanished. Avitus gazes upon the young man who suddenly appeared before him. The fear in Geordie's eyes is obvious, but he lights his lantern with a trembling hand. Oh boy, good luck. Geordie, I heard your conversation. You're not an evil man, but I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. Did you come here with this city because you believed it wouldn't make it back? What are you hoping for? Death? You should have returned to land sooner, Geordie. Look around us. The Seaborn will soon overcome the barrier between the city's units. It will all come to an end, just like... You never answer my questions properly. I may end up leaving Eiger and leaving behind all my hopes and longings, but it won't be because it's about to be destroyed. I've read The Death of Life, you know, but it doesn't answer any of my questions. Let's say all your predictions come true, and that at some point in the future we'll have no choice but to watch our homes come to an end it depicts, just like that man in the book. But does the destruction of a civilization really weigh more than that of a city, a family, or a person here and now? I don't understand. I just don't. I wasn't sure if I should say this, but you said your loved one gave up on the idea of raising a child and died in disappointment. But was she disappointed in the future of Eigar or in you? Oofed. The young Eigar musters all his strength. The lantern shakes violently, and the flickering light repels the Seaborn. He gasps for air. Sweat rolls down his cheeks. Avitus can see his arm tremble, but if anything, it is himself who cuts a sorrier figure. Look out! You have smeared your bodies on the outer wall, infiltrating through the trail of weapon fire before reshaping. What a convenient form of life. Seaborn. Oh, it's speaking. Okay. You, here. Nest, we seen. From nest you leave. Incomprehension. O pianus kin, you here wait us. O pianus, no confusion? Rip. No need pain. Individual death eternal. The many's survival eternal. O pianus, I lead you. New individual born for you. Help you. Extend me. What? Gladia. Opianus. There is no expression on Gladia's face. She holds her lance sideways, its point touching the floor. An almost imperceptible posture, enough to mitigate the fatigue that continues to rush up from within her, and to support her as she stands before her long absent colleague. Your friend is now a pool of goo, but you still need to answer its question. Such rowdiness. This is really poor dance etiquette, you know. Huh. Dance is an art. It's all about elegance. You can't make it work with strength of numbers. What? That didn't pierce it? This used to be a cluster of coral changed by the Seaborn, but now it's a wall. No one knows how thick it is. The warning from the city, the unusual movements of the Seaborn, the results of the abnormal surgery. We must get out of here and find out what's happening at Malarium. The entrance is gone. No, it's us. We're losing our sense of direction. Capsization. Everything around us is hardening. The algal blanket, the unhatched eggs, even the waves. This entire nest will become a hardened shell for these creatures to store their nutrients. A shell without a single crack. There is no way the three of us can... Even worse, the stagnating environment is exacerbating our exhaustion. Captain Gladia, Shark, behind you. Ooh. Nest become whole. Soon the sea. You kin no harm. We many accept you. We many protect you. Here, much nutrient. Sleep. Only sleep. The lethargy which had there heretofore been suppressed by the fighting begins to spread through every limb and organ. The thick and hard shell solidifies the waves. All is stagnant. The hunters vaguely sense their consciousness sinking, as though there is no bottom. The hunters hear the song, coming from right beside them, coming from inside them. Ishamla. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Oh no. Wait, how did Gladgy get out? Over there, Scotty. Oh, the horse. Okay, the seahorse. The faint roar comes from above. The thundering roar comes from beside. The stagnant seawater flows again. The infinite ocean could be bound by a cocoon. Then, from where comes the force that can break even the cocoon? Land, moon, the scent of wheat, home far away. The force has become legend. It has shattered mountains, death, time, all that is tangible and intangible. He will not be bound. Rocinante. He back, the last night. You, many, alike. From where? Ah! The waves, you built them, you hardened them. Are you turning this to land? Will not allow. Contradiction. Wilderness, mountains, rivers, wheat fields. Land is just land. I seek, I reproach, I crush. The one who was with Ulpianus. Phew! A pleasure to see you again, Sir Knight. You not kin. Hey, kill the ocean man. He will light the ocean on fire. Out of the way. Donna Irene, I've been looking for you. Sorry, I received Consul Clementia's message. Dr. Cauchy's group is headed to the port, but then we lost communications again. We must return to the Eye of Iberia immediately. Inform Lord Carmen and help the Inquisition and Penal Battalion form defense lines. No, we have to wait. Why? Most of the invading Seaborn are still under control near the beacon tower. If that unit can be ejected, then Millennium is not yet lost. It can even organize a counterattack. But the cultists have sabotaged the linkage to prevent it from being jettisoned. The Sea Patrol is already clearing up the Seaborn in the area. We can't let these slip away either. I'll deal with them. As for whatever this linkage is you're talking about, will your engineering skills help? Yes. I can fix it. Good. You take the lead on that. I'll protect you and Avitus. We can return to land as soon as we're done. We work together at the Eye of Iberia. Let's pray we do just as well this time. But these Seaborn from the depths are different from the ones I've dealt with on land. I don't know how long I can hold them off. We've said all that needs to be said, Mr. Avitus. Come and help if you still have the strength. All right. Hurry, Geordie. Hurry, Geordie Fortinorosa. He's really attached to that last name, huh? He keeps saying it. You warned us through the beacon, and the strange knight who appeared at the lighthouse broke through the shell just as we were about to fall asleep. Is he part of your plan too, Ulpianus? The madman who's forgotten himself is an enemy of the sea, of everything abnormal that has become normal, and of himself. No one can control someone like that. We just happen to travel together. Are you the only one to make it back? They're on their way, breaking through the nest shell and returning through tides of Seaborn. Your speed was remarkable, but you're too late. You've seen what's happening to Millennium. The many have exploited Eiger, and Millennium will be the stepping stone for their invasion of the land. And what precisely is happening here? The first thing I heard when I arrived at the port is that the abyssal hunter, Ulpianus, had entered the control room of the beacon tower and killed the weapons technology advisor at the waterway program. And indeed, Blandis's body is right behind you. You're quiet. I assumed you'd feel more anguish over him. I take it you've figured him out then, judging by your reaction. I doubt we have time to discuss a fallen traitor, even if he was once our closest comrade. That young man really did it. The linkage has been repaired. You're trying to eject the beacon tower from Millennium. A wise plan. It seems there's still hope for you. This place will sink to the ocean floor in a few minutes. Do you smell it? The stench of frenzy. The seaborn above have noticed the changes to the tower. They're seizing the last opportunity to break the blockade and reach the other parts of Millennium. Leave, Gladia, now. Come back to Iga, Ulpianus. This is your last chance. I still have things to clear up. If I give up now, all my efforts will have been for naught. The dreams and end of the prehistoric civilization, where the Seaborn came from, where they will go, the calamity before our eyes, the destruction beyond the skies. Being aware of them is not enough to turn the tides. I must learn more. If the Seaborn have memories, I must know every last detail of them. I'm not disputing that. We're back in the ocean, back in Iga. We'll have many chances to approach the truth. That is your way, and I don't disapprove. But we need more approaches, more angles in order to maximize our odds of victory. As you've said, I'm on another path now. Will you still try to stop me? Unless my eyes deceive me, the Seaborn I just killed had evolved specifically for you. That doesn't just mean they are trying to accept you. It means that you also. Correct. Then you know well that being inside a rapidly hatching nest would mean for you in your present state. Answer me, Iga. How much of your mind is still your own? Is there even enough left of you to choose death? It's the only way for me to earn the trust of these scum. You're an outstanding hunter and a learned scientist. Are you really so arrogant as to believe you can control your transformation through willpower alone? Accidents like the one during the auto-adaptive junction surgery will not happen every time. I can't simply watch you walk down the path of destruction. You're at your limit. We're both experts in violence. You'll die if we fought here and now. Is that so? Her lance draws a cold arc through the air. Ulpianus lets loose the chains and his massive anchor flies at Gladia, forcing her to leap up. The sound of the building sinking drowns out the clash of metal. Seawater and Seaborn rush into the control room. In the last moments, Gladia watches her erstwhile colleague stand before the darkened holographic sea chart, calmly waiting for the colorful waves to swallow him. And he disappear. Your description raises many questions. The feasibility of modifying a Fiiiiish into a biological ark by leveraging its habit of fostering an independent ecosystem inside its body had already been verified on Talos. The technology used by the project was mature, and their complex was deep in the mantle. Energy coming from the heart of the planet could support the facility's operation for almost an eternity. The project had more than sufficient power supply. Why, then, did the project deep beneath the ocean stagnate, as you put it, and go out of control, releasing innumerable Seaborn? Oh, so that's where the Seaborn are from, the Fiiiiish. The existence of Fiiiiish was introverted by nature, yet he was to turn all things to nourishment for his survival. He was given meaning that did not belong to him, and a name that did not belong to him. Ishar Mla. The changes they were put to were bolder, wilder, more ambitious, and more despairing. Their nature had long since exceeded the biological arc you speak of. For unknown reasons, however, their subsequent actions did not follow the program, meaning that the project did not proceed along the planned lines, but the new direction was also interrupted. Not entirely. They continued to foster new offspring within themselves, but the lives trapped within the Fiiiiiish were weak. They evolved too slowly. The new generation needed to be liberated. They needed to leave the Fiiiiiish's body, adapt to new environments, and attain more nutrition. More nutrition to be fed back to the Fiiiiiish, so that his evolution may be accelerated. Under normal circumstances, the organisms nurtured within a Fiiiiiish are rarely able to venture beyond its body. Yet the aggression the Seaborn have demonstrated outside, the modifications these Fiiiiiish have undergone were indeed transformative. So it was you, Martus, who brought the Seaborn into the ocean and sowed the seeds of calamity. Seeds of calamity? No, the offspring were weak and Iger was strong. The seabed was governed by a self-regulating ecosystem. Offspring that devoured the algae fields would be discovered and destroyed before they could proliferate. But Iger should not have been an obstacle. Iger should have provided aid. Fortunately, my influence in human society was still useful. The Institute of Development Planning had already announced the deaths of the members of the 4th Observation Team of the Mantle Ruins at the time. You came back from the dead just to corrupt your countrymen. I held no forums, no debates, only a few sincere conversations. I helped some discover the problem and some discover the answer. It was enough that they were willing to give the Seaborn an opportunity. We many will find a way out eventually. The ecological disasters, the fallen cities, the citizens lost. How many of those were you responsible for? Was it you who cajoled Blandus and the cultists behind him to infiltrate the waterway program and alter our weapon systems? The nuclei within its skull spin. This so-called Church of the Deep is not a formal organization, at least not in the sea. It needs no guidance, no leader. Not an organization? You mean you manipulated the people's thoughts and behaviors only using their faiths and tenets? How did you implant the ethereal concept of God into them when such absurd ideas were completely absent in Iger? Civilization could never truly purge the idea of primal worship. It awaits at the end of science, ready to be awakened at a moment's notice. The Iger you call cultists do not know the truth. Each of them acts according to their own thoughts and ideals. Each faces their own questions and dilemmas. Selfishness and altruism. Flaws and perfection. Nature and civilization. Logic and unreason. The differences in strength and the shackles of form. The limitations of ethics and the future of humanity. A manufactured truth and the beautiful cycle. You deceived your followers. The nuclei within its skull spins. A scam? No. Primal worship originates from the survival instinct. Every thread of thought by every cultist ultimately leads to a single question: how to survive better. Faith, tenets? No, only a desire for survival. You struggle for survival too, do you not? When you preached survival in Iger, did you ever tell them whose survival they were talking about? The survival of life itself. Just as the survival of civilization inevitably involves the destruction of many more, the survival of life inevitably involves the end of many. Many species have gone extinct due to the activity of the offspring, while they gathered nutrition for the Fiiiiiish. I once recorded the number, only to forget it. For the moment Ishlamla awakened, it had become a meaningless, insignificant number. The birth cries of the newborn, interwoven with the wailing of the dying. Songs brought silence. You knew the consequences of awaking the firstborn from the very beginning. A disaster for the entire ocean, for countless species. But you showed no remorse whatsoever. You even gave up on recording the number of sacrifices. Was it because you'd gone numb after taking so many lives? But numbness is no excuse for your crimes, Martus. The consul steps forward. Her ceremonial sword is elegant, but the light reflecting off of it is chilling, cutting off the sightline of the Seaborn gazing towards you. Madam Consul, the Sophon Theatrum. You designed the building that inspired so many of our people, myself included. But you stand here now calmly explaining how you pushed Agar into the abyss. I've seen images of you, a gentle, meditative observer who has the habit of constantly pushing his large glasses back up his nose. Look at you now. Even the richest of thoughts can only be expressed by the simplistic movements of your cells. You still have your glasses on your neck. Is it to reminisce about old friends whom you have no right to reminisce? Or to mock the dead whom you have no right to mock? If you are Martus the Eiger, then I hereby pass judgment upon the fallen. If you are merely Seaborn, then we'll skip the formalities. The organelles surrounding the Seaborn expand and parry Clementia's attack. The ceremonial sword cuts into the shadow of the coral-shaped terminal. Gurgle. You cut off my control of the terminal. Emergency transmission. This is the 10th attempt. The Seaborn have taken over the beacon tower. We cannot stop the conversion, but someone has activated the ejection protocol for that unit. Good job, whoever you are. Biosignatures keep soaring in number. The nests are becoming one. Incoming Seaborn tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Repeat. Incoming Seaborn tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Emergency transmission. This is the 11th attempt. This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Millennium, heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon tower has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the Seaborn encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields at full power will stop the Seaborn tide from setting a single tentacle onto land. Legions 8 and 10, along with the Sea Patrol, send all operational warships out in turn to escort the city. May Agar and our forefathers be with you. You were looking for an opportunity this whole time, Consul of Eiger. You're tough. We, too, once. Oh, they've probably noticed the sea doing weird stuff. Is it Eiger or the Seaborn who are trying to open up the waterway? The readings are off the charts. The endless Seaborn tide is approaching us at a very moment. This is beyond the lighthouse's computational capacity. Susantidad. I hear you. Look in front of you. Those deep colors between the sea and sky are a tide of Seaborn. The wind grows quiet. There's no point in trying to estimate their numbers and scope now. Experience is better than data. I've seen the ocean like this before. Do you mean the profound silence? Leave the rest to the penal battalion and the inquisitors. Report. 2 divisions are ready for action. Igerian drone matrices are helping us fine-tune our defenses. Eiger. Sir, the ocean. Something's rising from it. Is that an Igerian city? Do we actually get to see this? I hope they drew this up. Oh, they did. Oh, damn. Okay, that looks crazy cool. What the hell? Wait, and they're able to move this? I guess it's using the same concept as on Terra, like they have the mobile cities. So this is technically a mobile city as well. Huh. Having sailed for thousands of miles, Millennium rises to the surface of the ocean after casting out its heart. Every inch of it is being reformed, supported by its framework. An invisible force field extends towards the bottom of the sea and the highest reaches of the sky, forming a structure like a great wall. The structure breaks the surface of the ocean, creating a giant wave 100 meters tall. However, on the other side of the city, the real tide has arrived. It is a living wave. Seaborn of various forms have fused with the ocean. The children of the sea are the sea itself. They have even changed the color of the water. The city from the depths and the roiling tide stretch out at the same time, colliding, embracing, and ripping each other's throats. Nature never tires, yet civilization will not stop its footsteps. All is quiet. No wind dares tell of what it sees here and now. Okay. So now it's what? The wave of Seaborn versus us? Stage 9, by the way, but it has no cutscene. Oh, okay. Which means this must be the end, right? Essentially. Oh, there might be a little bit of story afterwards. Do we need to change anything here? Elite 2, level 20. I think everyone meets that. Except Lucilla. But that's fine. Ah, no! I didn't take what's his face? Oh, pianist. No! No! Did they mention how big Millennium is? Or how many people does it house? They mentioned how many people it housed. I think they said 10,000 people were inside Millennium. Phew. That woman nearly got me. Cassia? I've been looking for you forever. Where'd you run off to earlier? Oh, this is gonna be the other architect's chick. Lucilla, yeah. Lucilla? Well, what are you doing here, child? The city unit framework needs servicing. It's a standard combat duty, but look at the beacon tower. What happened inside the city? The Seaborn have broken into Millennium. That tower has become one of their nests. Leave this to me. You should get out of here, quick. It's too risky. I'll stay here with you. No need to... Are you hurt? Yes. It must have been the Seaborn as you came over. Wait, no. A scratch like this couldn't be left by a Seaborn. Did someone attack you? Wait, why are you pulling out the safety valve? Hey, don't push it. It'll cut off the ground level self-diagnostic system and the city framework will stop working. No, you know that better than I do. Oh, the realization. You've been trying to do this all along, Cassia. Are you with the Church of the Deep? When the Sea Patrol investigated Tulia, you desperately turned them against her. Don't tell me it was you who made her disappear. What's this you've put on my neck? Oh, she put the weird comb thing? Oh no. Longbeard comb toothgrass. Something made by a friend in charge of raising roadside coral. Don't move. You'll die if its bristles pierce your skin. Quite painfully, if I may add. Now, leave this place, child. Once it senses you've gone far enough, it'll fall off by itself. You want to leave, don't you? To be honest, before we became co-workers, I happened to see your assessment at the Institute of Development Planning. You care so much about that data scientist because you've never forgotten that evacuation of Millennium, have you? You watched as the distant lights of the volcanic power station went out, surrounded in endless darkness, with only strange rumbles and rustling carried to you by the currents. The ocean as it once was. At that very moment, you were the closest to the ocean out of all Millennium. You, standing at the mezzanine of the dome, all alone. The IDP assessment was that there was too great a psychological burden, which is why they agreed to transfer you from the dome system to ground level. Your so-called fear of heights was just a little joke of yours. I'm afraid that you yourself don't even realize what lies deep within your heart. The remaining Seaborn will soon discover that this route is still open. You wouldn't want to meet them again. Go quickly before it's too late. Cassia grips the safety valve and continues to push it. She no longer looks at the joke-loving colleague by her side. The valve stops abruptly, releasing an ear-piercing shriek. She can push it no further. A pair of slender hands are pushing back from the other side. Lucilla. Huh. In any other situation, I'd definitely give you a piece of my mind, or stuff this whatever grass into the ink bottle and tell you this sort of practical joke is beneath you. But it's so bright. The light from where the tower sank in. From the dome above us. Every Seaborn on the whole continental shelf is rushing towards Millennium, right? Just what is behind those strange colored lights? You're not wrong, Cassia. The Seaborn have eroded away at our lives. I've experienced the truth of that myself, and I'll never forget. I envied Tulia. Our experiences were so similar, but she was able to protect what she treasured all along. An amazing woman, really. And look at me. I escaped the dome and get back to the ground. Before you arrived, I was even thinking of escaping from here, too. But where would I go? I can't let you break the framework, Cassia. I can't let the Seaborn get into any other Millennium's units, even if this grass thing kills me in the process. Because there's no going back for me. You really are a strong child. Laurentina's parents once told me that while the dome may be beautiful, this transparent structure is actually the true eye of the city. In fact, I've been asking myself recently, since we're at war right now, shouldn't the eye be on the lookout for danger? She forces herself to look ahead, the strange colors reflecting in her pupils. The roar of the tides and the whispering of the ocean's progeny resound in her ears. The young Eiger presses hard against the safety valve. She does not let go. She dares not let go. Only once a firm hand presses down on her shoulder, forcing her stiff muscles to relax, does she come back to her senses. You can let go now, Lucia. Cassia, she... temporarily paralyzed. I only managed to graze her with my shot, which is why the paralytic took so long to take effect. Sorry for putting you at risk. This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Millennium heard me. Once the city... Oh, she's just going to redo this? Yeah, she's just going to redo this. So this is happening... Okay, yeah, I get where this is happening. So it hasn't surfaced just yet, I don't think. Yep. It might be more appropriate if you were the one to handle the report regarding Cassia Lucilla. I see. You should be heading straight to the port now. The mission just declared by the consul is more urgent. Cassie is already subdued. I'll take her to the doctor first, and then she should be punished. And if the city is going to undergo structural reorganization, the dome system will be the focal point of the force field to hold off the Seaborn, so they could probably use some extra hands up there. Maybe I should submit an urgent application to return to my old post. You're very brave, Lucilla. Oh, so you heard all that earlier. I did. Before you submit that application, though, you ought to see a doctor yourself. Longbeard comb-tooth grass does in fact contain a potent neurotoxin. Ah, right, I will. Ramming armor check. Ship cannon mounts check. Monitors check. Camouflage coating check. Propulsion system check. All system diagnostics complete. Ready to launch. We'll be heading to the designated waters at full speed to block the seaborne tide from the north. All weapon system permissions granted. No need to hold back. Don't let them get near Malarium. We'll do everything we can. You're just part of the first sortie. We'll be sending the rest of our ships into battle after you. You're to escort Malarium in shifts while it's reorganizing, serving as an extension of its Great Wall, and preventing the seaborne from making landfall. So remember, the moment you get the order to change shifts, you must return to resupply immediately. Understood. Seaborne spotted. The remaining seaborne in the city are attacking the port. Do not let them approach the warship docks. Not content with ambushing us in their nest, they made a sneak attack on our city too. How annoying. Wrapping around a statue. What if the seaborne developed a taste for art since entering the city? That said, the Sorrow Drinker is hardly a masterpiece, so I won't feel too bad when I've reduced it to rubble. Honestly, I think it's got more charm with an arm broken off. Thanks for the glowing review, Scotty. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, ever since we left the nest. Good to hear. It's the hunters. The Abyssal Hunters have safely returned to the city. Swordfish. Captain Gladier, you've met. Yes, I saw him. We've arrived at the right time. You must have heard Seconda's report over the emergency frequency. Infiltrating Malarium, breaking into the Beacon's Tower control room, murdering the weapons technology advisor of the Waterway program, and finally, choosing to return to the ocean with the Seaborne. Ulpianus has not made it easy to clear him of suspicion. To capture him or even execute him is a duty we Abyssal Hunters must perform in the future. Captain Gladier. But for the moment, our mission is to search for the remaining Seaborne scattered around the city units and put every last one of them to the sword. To the sword. Oh, are they still talking? I thought she attacked. What must be said, I have said. You've avoided answering the question at the heart of all this, Martus. The question at the heart. From your description, everything that transpired beneath the ruins, the crimes you committed, and the consequences incurred, they all seem to stem from some mysterious inevitability. But the Martus I know was an eccentric yet gifted man. He was doubtful but by nature, and not one for making arbitrary decisions. He would not have rashly discarded all reason and played at being the mystic, and he would have been even less inclined to reject his own existence or ignore the worth of others. The choices I have made, the outcomes I have borne. Why do you care what the past Martus thought before he made his decision? His past choices have made you who you are now. Without understanding his reasoning, we cannot understand your existence. You would care about such trifles as well, Kalshi. The nuclei within its skull spin. I understand now. Of course you would care. How could you not? The human that once ate the strange flesh experienced such struggle too. Was it a day, or perhaps several? In the depths of the ruins, time holds no measure. He feared, he doubted, he was compelled to think over every possibility. Where will the next crisis come from? When will it descend upon terror? He used a lifetime of knowledge to attempt to decipher the undecipherable, to comprehend the incomprehensible. If there exists a life form that could survive the cosmos of Quietus, even if only as a singular being, how would it be born? Given infinite time, even the tiniest fin will be able to type out the ultimate truth of all things on a terminal using its tail. But time was our most precious resource. Admittedly, the Fiiiiiish before him had foreseen our ruinous prospects, but could he and his progeny continue bearing the torch of life through it all? Supposing they could, before they instinctually iterate a way of overcoming that destruction in a limited time, how large a population and how efficient a fecundity would they require? Would they have to consume a patch of sea, a whole planet, an entire star system? How many must die to support their lives? Supposing they could not, then where did the true answer lie? On the other side of the ocean? On the other side of the sky? Or perhaps it is somewhere out in the sea of stars, untouchable by Terran hands. Even if you spent your entire life simulating, you would not have been able to obtain a definite conclusion. The information you possessed was simply insufficient to calculate every possibility. Indeed, Kaushi, but the past Martis had no choice but to try. Danger and possibility both hung above his head, while below his feet he found only an unseen tightrope. You could have informed your country from the start. Iga would have helped take on your burdens. The oldest records of the Academy of Science could verify the past you saw. The latest inventions of the Academy of Technology could model the future you envisioned. To cede the choice to others is a solution or an escape. The choices of the countless many against the choices of the few. Are they more accurate or more ambiguous? More earnest or more capricious? Suppose the means for life to continue is not civilization, and the species that transcends ruin is not humanity. If so, how would Igar react? Enough, Martis. If you had thought of every possibility and foresaw the bitter price to pay, then your final decision is even more inexcusable. No, Igar, I do not mean to defend my choices. What I wanted to say was that, at the time, there was an immature life form that interrupted my flights of fantasy. Its tentacles were minute, and its body were yet uncoordinated. Beneath its translucent membranes, simple organs could be clearly seen. Born from Islam La, it had unknowingly crawled past the cabin wall and was licking my ankle happily. Was it unaware of how swiftly its death would come? Did it not know that it was destined to become one of those insignificant dots among the millions of biosignatures on the monitor? Being the progeny of a Fiiiiiish, could it have not seen the frightful vision its parent saw? Was it unaware that the destiny of its entire race was only to foretell and greet ruination? It just wriggled calmly towards its foreordained destruction, acting out of instinct only. As for us, there are countless possibilities to consider before making a decision, countless trade-offs to worry over. We find ourselves unable to ignore the costs of our decisions, or the results, or the value and the meaning of those results. Humanity is ever a prisoner of itself, even one step behind fate. This is the essential difference between humanity and the Seaborn. This is why they are suited to bear the duty of the continued existence. That's why you interfered with civilization's evolution? If there is any life that can survive that future of Quietus, no matter what form it takes, it is worth fighting for, no matter the cost. There is no justice here, only the path ahead. You should understand now you must help me, we many, evolve. You are not the first one the Doctor and I have seen who can barely qualify as human, but they all made their hard choices. No one had ever made a choice as horrifying as yours. Before you ate that flesh to become a Seaborn, you had already renounced thinking as human does. From my perspective, that which you abandoned in your final moments, your doubts, misgivings, concerns, and struggles, were the most precious of treasures. They're treasures because they're unending. The Seaborn are swallowing Terra's life whole. You have not denied this, nor can you stop it. How are we to see them as our hope? What is your choice then, Kalshi? To incubate Originium, the collapsed Stargate, the extinguished sarcophagi? Of the countless failed plans, is Originium the only one still in operation? Stones amidst the land and sky ever silent, they are an incurable disease harming life atop dry land. And yet they are a plan left by a prehistoric civilization, one expected to save all existence at the very end, in ways incomprehensible to the average person. The stairwell to survival can only be forged in the fires of destruction. No, such destruction must not happen. Much like Cerulean Arbor, Originium at some point turned to the annihilation you speak of. It changed in ways none can understand and none can reverse. And since it has changed, it must now be stopped. Whatever the case, using life to feed life, or ruin to beget ruin, would only serve to remove all meaning from survival. Kalshi, or rather AMA-10 from the records, you surprise me. You and I should have arrived at the same conclusion via different paths, no? You should have been even more rational, more decisive. I merely noticed a spark of the prehistoric civilization and took on its mantle. You, however, were born for this task. You hold aloft its torch aeons before I did. You have kept watch over the distant aspirations and legacies. You have carried out your assigned mission. You witnessed changes. You bore loss. No human could have toiled for as long as you have. But now, has endless life rendered you feeble, Kalshi? Has it turned you human? Kalshi has always been like this. Was it because of this one? Dr. Serpentine, or rather, Oracle. Many facilities, many doors, your fingerprints, face, voice. Within the Cerulean cave, among the ruins, traces of you lie everywhere. You have visited the depths of the abyss before. Pity I don't remember. I recognized you. I've been speaking with Kalshi until now only because it is more efficient. You must know the truth. Your visitation is sure to have meaning. Perhaps you are able to explain why the project is at a standstill. But your title is different now. Something has happened to you. Otherwise, Kalshi would have held no doubts about what had happened to the plan. For several reasons, the Doctor is unable to remember many of the things back then. The nuclei within its skull spin. Memory loss. Unsurprising. Losing one's memory is perhaps the most insignificant sacrifice you could make. Even the most resilient of life cannot withstand the ravages of tens of thousands of years. The fact that you still exist upon Terra is in itself a miracle. What I saw, what he saw, what they saw, those frightful visions are an absolute truth to you. You have lost your proud civilization and homeland. Heaven and earth have lost all color. Time and space have become vast prisons. You have been exiled by despair. You have stopped to rest upon Terra. You have not escaped your fated ruin. All men will perish, all things rendered meaningless. Despite this, you have not stopped fighting for hope. This planet has been forever marked by your resistance, even if those marks are mostly wreckages. I revere you and your cause, you the people of a bygone age. Maybe the project stalled because they realized the cost. Dr. Serpentine, whether you accept it, deny it, or are undecided, it matters not to me. I am not hoping to win your understanding. I seek not your approval. You and your comrades had planted hope in the depths of the sea, a possibility, a spark. Perhaps you have forgotten it. Perhaps you have renounced it. Perhaps you now stand against it, come what may. Now it is I who tends to this light, and I shall not see it extinguished. The rejection of the flame's kindler would not waver the many's resolution. Let's stop trying to prove ourselves. We shall return to the reality itself. We many sense the oncoming crisis. Perhaps the eye beyond the clouds has caught a glimpse of terror's exceptionality, a sword hanging above all our heads. Terror is but a cage, trapping countless souls unaware of the truth. Now there is a crack in the bars, a crisis, also an opportunity. Sight, sound, smell, touch, the rushing of the ocean waves. Within the cage that is terror, the children of the sea are the most resilient race. Never have they stopped evolving. You cannot deny that we many have become the most magnificent of miracles. They will become the sparks in the wake of the Big Bang, the seeds from which the cosmos will blossom once more. They are the closest to success. Tell me, Fiiiiish, Dr. Serpentine, and the Eiger, do you now choose humanity, Originium, or the Seaborn? It is true that a crisis fast approaches. There are still many questions I am unable to answer, many truths I am unable to grasp. But this does not imply that life can be reduced to a hollow concept. That would simply erase its original meaning. You consider this a weakness, Martus. I consider it my drive bestowed upon me by this endless life of mine. Life's worth should be determined by the living. The Seaborn are a calamity that must be stopped. On this, the Doctor and I will not change our positions, and neither will Rhodes Island. Without civilization, how can you speak of survival? Without survival, how can you speak of civilization? Technically, they're both right. They are both right. This ridiculous debate has gone far enough, Martus. We have excised the diseased organ from malarium. Your kin in the city are being eliminated as we speak. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on what you've done and share the rest of your secrets with us in prison. You are Eiger and that ebon monster. It is futile to contain me. You alone, your city alone, are not enough to slay me, to slay Ishamla. The city has completed its reorganization. I can imagine how it will look as its bars are current. Oh yeah, but we many will surpass it. There is no right or wrong here, so let your brief resistance provide our soundest proof. Next, I will rouse the slumbering firstborn. I will lead our kin to the moons. You will become a part of this magnificent cycle, Fiiiiish, as will you, Dr. Serpentine. Okay, interesting. So the Doctor brought multiple solutions to the problem. Or I guess the Doctor and the other scientists, right? It wasn't just Doctor. Maestro. Susantanet, I'm here to make my report. No need. Eiger has already informed us of what transpired beneath the waves. What of Fiiiiish and the Doctor of Rhodes Island? They're still in the city. We're connected, sir. This is a real-time image of the sea's surface, all thanks to Eiger's drone matrix projecting directly onto the Great Lighthouse's display. The Seaborn Tide and the Aegean City both approaching the land. They're less than 10 nautical miles away. Oh, so this is the wave of Seaborn hitting this town. Ah, okay. That stirring spray, those intertwined currents, are they all Seaborn? Even the color of the seawater has changed. That's only the portion exposed to the surface, the tip of the iceberg. The Seaborn took advantage of Eigar's landfall. This entire sector of sea has become their nest. Iger's defensive perimeter. How long can that transformed city of theirs hold? I do not know. Have we come to the conclusion that Igar's waterway program has failed? All the Igar and Malarium are still fighting as hard as they can. For the past 2 months, the Penal Battalion has requisitioned all operational vessels along Iberia's coast. They've been on standby in Gran Faro and are now ready to set sail. I will personally lead them to reinforce Igar's defensive perimeter. Together, we will stem the seaborne tide. I'm afraid you won't have much time to rest, Irene. It seems not. I saw the Inquisitors in formation at the base of the lighthouse earlier. In the end, Iberia has found herself walking a tightrope with no margin for error. Survival or utter destruction. There are no other paths before us. Should Igar's Great Wall fall, it will be up to us to educate the seaboard on the significance of land and the price they must pay for desecrating it. Maestro, Donna Irene, you stay here, Geordie. This lighthouse will be our final bastion. The Penal Battalion's operations will depend on its signals. Do what you can to keep it going. No, not that. Look out the window. Light. Light? Is that a lighthouse? But aren't we at the only operational eye of Iberia? What's going on? Why are we suddenly receiving so many identical signals? The lighthouses along the submerged coast, which have sat in silence for more than half a century. They've all lit up at once. Dios mío. The silent technology of the islanders. What are you responding to? The Seaborn are probably not going to attack him, right? Ulpianus hears the rumbling of the city reorganizing above his head as he watches the lightless beacon tower slowly sink into the depths. The building that once supported the grand aspirations of his people is now a seaborn brood nest. The old and feeble will use their bodies as nutrients for the next generation. Their journeys will continue with their newborn kin. This is how the seaborn have always been. They spare nothing in their devotion to their kin, and do their utmost to nurture them. The thought brings a brief moment of sickness to Ulpianus. The weight of the great anchor in his hand stretches to his shoulder. The moment he realizes that he will never be recognized or remembered, he feels more clear-headed than ever. He is yet unable to cut the disgusting connection between himself and the Seaborn, but he still has the strength to cut off the tide searching towards the city. Gladio was right. Battling in the rapidly proliferating nest might only hasten his assimilation. All that awaits him is death, or worse. Ulpianus puts all his might into swinging his anchor. As if able to read his thoughts, the tiny hatchlings gracefully avoid his swing before calmly flickering past the grip of his anchor. He adjusts his breathing, recalculates, and swings once more. An immature life form, freshly hatched, flits across Ulpianus's vision. It flips over gracefully, revealing minute yet precise mechanical structures in its belly for just a moment. Then there are 2, then 3. The school of newborns link together into a fine path of light, illuminating the chaotic waves. Adult seaborn of all shapes crowd around them tightly, directing the currents and protecting them as they swim into the distance. What are you escorting, Seaborn? What is it you're protecting? Nutrients. Life. Kin. And you, Ulpianus. We many, together as one. As a former consul of the Academy of Technology, one at the top of his field, Orpianus is certain he is not mistaken. The steady flow of wondrous things streaming out of the beacon tower. Our nanomachines once ensconced in there. A history cut off. A dream that died young. Oh, they brought the nanomachines back to life? As an abyssal hunter, he trusts his sense of smell as much as he does his scientific intuition. Their scent is no different from the seaborn. Those beacons, dead in the cradle nearly 200 years ago, now thrum with new life. Incubated by the seaborn, they now swim together towards the tidal confluence on the surface. Have you not yet given up on those games, Iger, despite your own noose around your neck? Or is this also a part of your plan? At first, there was only a mote of fluorescence, then a flowing line, and after that, an elegant lattice spreading out across the surface of the sea. Yes, I did pull for Orpianus. I am 110 rolls deep, I think. Don't have him yet. So we've probably got enough for maybe another 20 rolls, but I think we're pretty much tapped out at that point. So we might just be unlucky. Holy nothing? Yeah, nothing. We did get a lot of grain buds, though. We got a crap ton of grain buds. Oh. Billions of nanomachines sway alongside the children of the sea, bobbing up and down on the ocean waves. Their shimmer is minute yet clear, indistinct yet unwavering. The passage of light reflects about among the seaborn's bodies. The currents connect every nest scattered across the seas. Seaborn gather together from every corner of the ocean for their excursion onto land, gracefully extending the paths of light. They intertwine with one another. The golden net they weave is like a galaxy strewn across the sea's surface, from Millennium down into the deepest depths of the ocean. The waterway, the network of the ocean, one connecting land and sea, one transcending chaotic space and placid time, bound together with we many. We did actually get Mlinar, so that was kind of cool. Okay. Oh, well. Oh, there's 2 lanes. Uh-oh. I'm hoping these things don't go too fast. I need to get another tanky thing out. 22. Let's go for the 22. Should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That took an interesting turn in the music. Oh, it's a remix. Oh, okay. That's so weird as a remix to hear that. Wait, what's he doing? What's this do? Stop. Stop. That's not very cool of you. Please stop. Oh, rip. I'm actually just going to do this because I don't like that it's buffed. It scares me that it's buffed. Alright, it's no longer buffed. Oh, it's sharing health. Oh. Interesting. Okay. It's like they've added the tech side of it because these are meant to be like the nano machines, right? Do 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 do. Let's do that. Oh, she's not going to hit air units. Oofed. Big heals, big heals. Oh my god, annihilated. Oh, she can't hit ranged unless she's altered. No! No! They can get slowed though. Who just went down? Oh, you? That's okay. Alright. Surprisingly, this thing's almost dead. This thing's actually not that concerning. Oh, is it spawning from it too? Interesting. It looks like I can't hit it either. I have to hit what it's tethered to. Oh, phase 2 ink. Sees a buffed normal mob and decides to Wizardell it. 100%. Hey, you don't bring Wizardell just to sit in the back and do nothing, alright? Wait, what? Wait. He's tethered to a friendly. What does that mean? What does this mean? Is she taking... It doesn't look like she's taking status. Oh, he's taking control. Oh, okay. Send out the windmills. Okay, are they getting healed? Oh, they're getting lifted. That's why I can't hit them, lol. This actually might be bad. Hold on. I think we're still okay. We're still okay. Oh, she just went down. Next one, go. I'm gonna do this as well, try and get people healing. This be a lot of damage. This be a lot of damage. We only have one healer. This is fine. Alright, Wizardell. Thank God. Clean it up. Alright, we still got 4 charges on the Wizardell. Easy. Who is it controlling? It's controlling Gavial at the moment. That's fine. Oh, Gavi's down. Oh, we can't even put a Skadi down there. Interesting. The boss is dead, I think. I think that was just the boss dying. I'm gonna send out the frickin' hurricanes again. Give us some time to get some ults here. Nice. We did it. We did it. Nice. Oh. I mean, that is a buff mod. They auto-activate your abilities. Yeah, sneaky, but it kind of worked for me with Virtuosa getting her ability activated. Lol. There you are, Consul Clementia. We noticed an extremely unusual biosignature in the Sophon Theatrum. I'm glad you're unharmed. What's the status of the front line? Legions 8 and 10, alongside the Sea Patrol, have been sending out escort ships alternatively as per your orders. The city's reorganization and the force fields are both complete. Millennium is holding against the seaborne tide. Inform every relevant researcher in the city. I need a minute-by-minute breakdown of the situation of this region of sea. We're still being too far passive even with our contingency plan put into motion. Madam Consul, you may want to see what the drone matrix just sent back. These passages of light between the seaborne waterways. Consul Clementia, we've re-established communication with the home territories. We just got a dispatch from the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. Any news from the hunters? 3 of them have returned to Millennium. They're cleaning up the remaining seaborne and the eastern city units. Contact Gladia. Tell her to come meet us immediately. Yes, Madam Consul. Let's go, Kaushi, Doctor. You need to deepen your contact with Iger. I'll go with this captain to inform the hunters. Doctor. Seaborne left and head to the east. You exchange a quick glance with Kaushi. Madam Consul, the Doctor still has some affairs to settle. Very well. Do they think it's going after Skadi? Is that what that was saying? The final battle for the waterway program has concluded with a seaborne invasion of Millennium. I require an explanation, Consul Clementia. Gladia. Were any of you harmed? I see you're here too, Kaushi. We had a few unexpected encounters, but nothing we couldn't handle. I believe that, as an envoy of Iberia, Dr. Kaushi also requires an explanation. I could use one myself, if we're being totally honest. There is someone who wishes to see you all. What? The little handy moves to the center of the Pensivarium, its projection module emitting cold motes of light, slowly coalescing into the figure of an Iger woman. She sports a smile under her golden hair. Her eyes are focused on everyone in the room, as though she has been waiting for, or perhaps observing, them for a long time. Who? Consul Horatia. Wait, isn't this Horatia? Isn't this Gladia's mum? What? Why ever do you look so fatigued, my little Gladia? Though the transmission efficiency of the waterway is much higher than I anticipated, I fear our simulacra are still unable to transmit my feelings. Otherwise, I'd stroke your hair and give you a nice, big hug. No need. You know the risks of doing so. The changes of the sea's surface, as well as the sudden appearance of the waterways. Was this your doing? Whether Iger or Seaborn, we all find ourselves competing over time. The Seaborn must keep sending nutrients to every region of sea they conquer. They wish to quickly transform the entire continental shelf into one great nest. Every issue has 2 sides. This disaster has also blessed us with bioenergy beyond measure. More than 2 centuries ago, the beacon launcher would have required a dozen cities' bioenergy systems to continually fabricate the nanomachines compromising the waterways. Now, those nanomachines are being fostered by the Seaborn, who regard them as harmless kin. Using the data flow between the nanomachines as a medium, fleets and cities in squeezed state could traverse the oceans in an instant. Though these machines cannot take Iger to the stars as our forebears imagined, they are more than enough to carve a path of life for civilization in its time of need. That would mean, for the foreseeable future, Iger will have no choice but to enter into some kind of symbiosis with the Seaborn, using that scum as they in turn use us. This is another of your so-called games. It is how we will break through this siege. The term waterway, the path ahead for Aiga, has never referred only to pure waters. You've always had your doubts about the program, and that is fine. But if that doubt serves only to put you in disarray, then it is useless. As Aiga is determined to open a waterway between sea and land, there was no question that it shall do so. I do not doubt your success, but perhaps there is still room for debate as to your methods. Dr. Cauchy, I presume. Consul Horatio of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. It's a pleasure. It pleases me that there are still those on dry land who have inherited the will of the prehistoric civilization, that Aigar is not alone in our duty. I'm also glad to see you have begun our discussion with a firm diplomatic stance. Then can I take it that you speak for all terrestrial civilizations, and that we can dispense with establishing diplomacy with them one by one. I, too, am glad to see Aiga abandon its contentment in isolation and seek out cooperation with the land. But I regret to inform you, Madam Consul, that I do not represent it in its entirety. I merely understand it more than most. That said, I believe that what Aiga needs now is exactly a thorough understanding of the terrestrial civilizations. You and I both know that the waterway will not be used only for resisting the Seaborn. Aiga has its eyes on every unnatural existence in these lands. It is the only means for us to ascertain the intrinsic nature of terror, and to eliminate the disasters hanging above our heads at the source. And I am sure you are aware of how such actions will be perceived by the terrestrial nations. Compared to the Seaborn, you would be seen as the more direct threat. We bear no ill will. We need not stoop so low. The cruelest thing we could do is ignore the need of help of other tottering civilizations we meet on the road to settling this crisis. Of course, we will first help them to learn how to walk. Bottlenecks of development, dilemmas of war, barriers of race, clashes of cultures, trends of ideology, changes in the structure of society. Over the millennia, Aiga has grown freely beneath the waves. It has faced every issue a country might face. We wish to share our experiences without reservation. And how would you do so? Using Millennium as our main port, we would send talent and technology ashore to aid the Iberians in revitalizing their home. Ferenmuts perceive the oncoming crisis far more keenly than humanity. That young one will not shelter Kiereg forever. Oh! Wait, is she called Kiereg? I don't think she's called Kiereg. It's Kayla or something, isn't it? She's a Ferenmut, isn't she? I see. We can aid that nation long trapped in snow in breaking through its developmental barriers in a few short years, so that it may stand equal with its neighbors. Kiara, yeah, that's right. We can aid the Sami in purging the demonic corruption permeating every inch of snow, and restart the abandoned Stargate in the north. Oh, it's happening. Ursus, Kazdel. If the flames of war rage, we will calm them. If there are disputes, we will resolve them. Bolivar, Higashi. National unity is but a few fruitful negotiations away. Aiga will aid them in every predicament. Aiga will guide them towards the only goal they need. Under the leadership of Aiga, the land and sea will share a common future. Madam Consul, I do not doubt Aiga's sincerity, but I fear your proposals will not have the effect you expect. I'm sure you have the means to bring Kiereg up to par with the core nations in a few years. But will dialogues between equals necessarily center around peace and development? Were Ursus's internal problems to be resolved, who is to say they would not bare their fangs once more and attack their neighbors to satisfy their regained appetite? Bolivar's many regimes might reach a consensus under Iger's pressure, but how will you eradicate the profound, deliberately provoked hostility? Dr. Cauchy, are you saying that Iger's efforts to aid the terrestrial civilizations will only result in the opposite? I am saying that we cannot establish a more equal and profound cooperative relationship between us. With only your probes, you are unable to understand a civilization's needs. With only your experiences, you are unable to force a nation to skip over its path to development. Before you act, you must learn more. Otherwise, the winds you stir on land may become some great storm you cannot turn a blind eye to. We would be more than happy to hear your suggestions then, on the condition that you do not allow us to be held back by excessive caution and meaningless apprehension. Seeing the gulf between us, between land and sea, I understand that we will need many more discussions before we can make progress. Once the waterway opens, I look forward to meeting you in the flesh, whether on land or in Iger's home territories. I as well, Madam Consul. What about you, Gladier? Do you agree with Dr. Cauchy on this matter? The IDP need not question Rhodes Island's sincere wish for cooperation, nor Dr. Cauchy's ability. I can vouch for both of those. And there are indeed essential differences between Iger and the nations of land. The land dwellers are short-sighted and clumsy, which makes them frail. Forcibly removing the differences between them would be no different from destroying them. It is truly necessary to show good faith. I've never seen Gladier place so much trust in someone, Dr. Cauchy. A feat, to be sure. Perhaps she can be a bridge between our peoples, and aid us in coming to a consensus. You will see that Iger's plans are no mere idle prater. Now, do allow me a moment alone with Consul Clementia. You're burnt out on all the open world free roam games? Yeah, I don't. I'm just trying to think. Do I even play any of the open world ones anymore? No. I gave up Genshin pretty quickly. And Wuthering Waves, the story did not capture me in Wuthering Waves. The combat was sick. So yeah, I don't really have an open world I don't have an open world gacha that I'm playing at the moment. I have Honkai, I have Girls Frontline 2, and I've got Arknights. I think that's all of them. I've only got 3. Yeah. So Enfield will be the 4th. It's going to be fun trying to keep up with that, but I'm definitely going to be playing Enfield. Like, holy shit, yes. Secunda, a fleet approaches from the land. Iberia. Hail them via the drone matrix. This is Prefectus Secunda of the Millennium Sea Patrol. It's me. Irene? We're currently in a head-on battle against the Seaborn. Don't come any closer. Your ships are too crude. I'm sorry, but they may get sucked out into the eddies around Millennium. You're saying that Iberia should just wait quietly on land? That I should just watch Millennium get invaded by Seaborn and let the waterway transform into some kind of God knows what that even you Igar never foresaw? We've already talked about this, Secunda. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Halt all attacks. If we are going to pick up the Iberians, we'll just have to open the access channels to the rear. Why stop attacking? Look at the screen. The Academy of Technology just sent an urgent communique. This... What do we do? Are those light-emitting nanomachines components for the waterway? But the Seaborn are still attacking the city. If they've fused with the nanomachines and bear identical biosignatures, our weapons won't be able to locate and attack the Seaborn only. Don't tell me the legions want us to halt our covering fire and rely only on Millennium's force fields to hold them back. May as well slit our wrists and be done with it. Scribbling on your device again. You know, sometimes I really admire your ability to keep a cool head. Use the images from the drone matrix to render a 3D model. Rendering in progress. Perhaps the answer lies within the riddle itself. The biosignatures of the nanomachines and the Seaborn are identical, but we still know clearly that the nanomachines have formed a waterway. How? We can see them. Each machine emits a particular light that's clearly visible. Contact the Academy of Technology and tell them we have a proposal for modifying our weapons targeting system. But recalibrating 2 legions worth of auxiliary optical systems would take a lot of time. What about using a lighthouse on land? Irene, it seems we arrived in the nick of time. A dozen or so lighthouses on the lost coastline have resumed operation. They're responding to your waterway. Combined, they should be enough to illuminate this entire patch of sea. Maybe they could serve as your auxiliary optical systems. I'm hardly an engineer, but these lighthouses were built with Icelander. Igerian technology. They should be compatible with your existing systems. This should cut the time needed in half. I'll let Consul Clementia know. Thank you, Irene. The Inquisition would be overjoyed to see these newly unclouded eyes become part of the combined defenses of land and sea. We're partners now, Secunda. Though maybe we should be thanking Breregan first. Breregan? He truly dedicated himself to these lighthouses. A naval architect drifting into a foreign land, striving for the day when land and sea would work together. He foresaw calamity, but left no answers behind. It's a pity that Igar saw him as an outsider, while Alberia never truly accepted him. He died alone and miserable, but now his plans will finally have the chance to become reality. We acted far slower than he did, indeed. But it's not too late, or rather now is precisely the time. Let's get started, Irene. I'm still more used to you with your veil on, Horatia. Did you see the scar below your ear to let Gladia know that, as her mother, you will tolerate her setbacks just as you accept the blemish she left on your face? Huh. I'm not that strict a mother. With her left hand on the astrobal, Horatia's right hand softly strokes her cheek below her right ear, where a thin scar stretches upwards, nearly touching her eye. There is a smile on her face. Oh, you can see it just there. Oh, she's even fashioned like the head thing that she's wearing to cover it. Nice. But this is not a blemish. It's beautiful. Trivial for a doctor to erase, but I refuse. Oh, okay, maybe not to hide it. Okay. My little Gladia was barely 5 at the time. She was taking her first career development assessment, and though this made her wishes rather clear, you don't know how glad I am to see her grown. She's certainly more suited for the life of a legionnaire than in the Institute of Societal Programs, or Institute of Scientific Development Planning like you expected. No matter, whatever field she joins, she is sure to excel. She was born for Iger. I remember when she was 2. The Institute of Incubation said your disposition and the nature of your work made you ill-suited to raise her, and suggested you place her in their care. They said the same when I first decided to raise her myself, saying that again 2 years later would not change my mind. But what truly pleased me was seeing young Gladia rejected as well. I wouldn't say you have the best bond as mother and daughter, but you do have an odd kind of rapport. Alright, that's enough. My little manta ray, I suspect we have more pressing matters to discuss than reminiscing about my daughter. Oh, that's what she's meant to be, a manta ray? Oh my god, I never expected that. I should have seen it, but I didn't. Can you not call me that? Very well, Consul Clementia. While we spoke, every city in the home territories has been conducting an unprecedented investigation into the Church of the Deep. As the core of R&D, Blandus was able to tamper with the Class 4 weapons. But his actions should absolutely have been detected at some point before they were put to use. Meaning there are many behind him fanning the flames. All members of both academies who had anything to do with the weapons design, manufacture and maintenance are receiving the most thorough investigations possible. In response, the Church has brought their full influence to bear. By grasping at a single leaf, we may be able to pull out an entire rotten branch. And with Martus, no doubt we will be able to identify the Church's deepest roots. Eiger itself is undergoing a grand surgery. Surgery to cut out a festering tumor, isn't it? The waterway is open and the fallen who corrupt our nation have been revealed. Both are of great value as I see it. Are you trying to console me over the superficial waterway program's failure? To tell me that the sacrifices Malarium made were not without meaning? Why do you insist on double negatives? They make you seem weak. There is no such thing as a superficial program in Agar, Consul Clementia. If the IDP has approved a program, it means its planning and members are entrusted with the hopes of Agar. We believed you are capable of using the Class 4 weapons to purify our waters and open the waterway. This has always been an official part of the program. Yet it failed. The theoretical success rate of oceanic purification was never high. However, the waterway program was a guaranteed success. Did I not promise you that before you set off? Trust in me. Trust in Eiger. I don't doubt that even this city were to sink, consigning all 10,000 or so Eiger souls into its depths, the waterway would still open without a hitch. However, all of the possibilities you've accounted for, how many call for sacrifice? How I wish this meeting of ours never had to happen, Horatia. Is that why you've worked yourself to the bone, my little manta ray? I've read the reports on Malarium. As consul of the entire city, you need not throw yourself into each and every little affair. The stimulants you abuse will not hide the exhaustion on your face. You really have thought of everything, as you always do, Horatia. All these losses and sacrifices, the fools and the betrayals, even Martus's secret. Are you not the least bit shaken? Speaking of Martus, you've reminded me of something. Of what? Martus regards himself as a gardener of sin. At times like these, he is wont to hide himself behind history. I can infer why he'd seek cooperation from Dr. Cauchy, but from the way you describe it, those discussions quickly devolved into a vapid declaration of war. I find it difficult to imagine he would be satisfied with such a failure of negotiations. That is, unless he gains some other information. We will continue to track his whereabouts. Are you hiding something, my little manta ray? Clementia does not answer. She instead raises her head to look at Horatia, face to face. With the simulacrum erasing the distance between them, she knows that Horatia will be able to see every detail of her expression. But the curve of Horatia's lips do not change. Her eyes are as gentle as ever, too. Clementia hopes that her own expression is as firm as hers. I am still the chief designer of warfare on the waterway program before you arrive, Horatia. Naturally. Your calculations may have arrived at a correct outcome, but I had to handle the situation in my own way. The Academy of Science and Academy of Technology each have their own duties. Yes, of course. I only hope that this obsession with self-reflection will not cause any complications. Your keen judgment must stay unclouded. I won't let that happen. Here, come a little closer. We still have some time. Cauchy, Rhode Island, Iberia, the Inquisition. You'll be busier than ever soon, so best not keep frowning like that. And she gone. Oh, Scardy's just finishing off the cleanup. Trying to run. Smart. Your kin are behind this wall, a lot of them. It's the end of the road for you, though. What a pity. Ishamla? Ishamla? A sudden voice tinged with surprise. Scardy turns, looking towards its source. A conical creature exuding light leaves the shadows of the buildings, shielding the two-cornered seaborn with its body. Oh. Leave, kin. Through the eddy ahead, return to the sea. You're so honestly gentle with them. Disgusting. I'm guessing you're the leader. Our meeting was preordained, Ishlama. Huh. You know me. Scardy grips her sword tightly. Oh. Ishamla. From Salviento to Gran Faro. From the Stoltafera to here. You scum have been watching me this whole time. What? Do you see your god in me too? Are you here for family or revenge? The nuclei within its skull rotate slightly. No. Ishamla. Scardy. You are not nutrients to complete the cycle. You are its end. Scardy is meant to absorb all of the Seaborn and become basically Seaborn God? Well, I guess that's Ishamla's goal, wasn't it? Our kin will not prey on you. On the contrary, they respect you, protect you. They await your transformation. They await your evolution. Scardy looks at the being's eye. For whatever reason, this monster she has never seen before seems familiar. Very familiar. The bizarre organs surrounding the Seaborn disperse and surround her in turn. A shimmering umbilical cord connects her body with the Seaborn's. Wait, what? Scardy, back up. Scardy, back up. Scardy suddenly remembers when she faced the first Seaborn to talk in that cave below the church. She also experienced a moment of distraction back then. She had just been through a fierce battle, her blood boiling with frenzy. But now she feels herself uncontrollably responding to the Seaborn's touch. She curses herself for this moment of distraction. Why? A natural phenomenon, one I am also helpless to resist. This is the answer, Scardy. I ate of his flesh, and he lives within you. You are he, I am he. Our hearts connected, our blood interlinked. You need not waver, you need not doubt. The kin will not demand you walk with us. Ishamla chose you to continue his life. Perhaps this is the only way. He will witness what he must witness, travel the road he must travel. What did he see in you? Perhaps, could it be, Scardy, that in that cold, dark future in the cosmos where all things are doomed to fade away, you are the one hope, the spark, the possibility? Are you the one who bears the final wishes of untold lives? Rhodes Island operator Scardy. Doctor. Scardy swings her sword, her grip never once relaxed. It slices through the umbilical cord. She stares coldly at the creature before her. Everyone's looking for you. Dr. Serpentine. Scardy. You know each other. Is that so strange? She's one of my cute little operators. Sure. The nuclei within its chest pulse. This is the first time something stirs with a peace within the Seaborn's chest. The oddly colored nuclei, along with the bizarre organs floating by the side, begin to wave as rhythmically as the tides. It does not approach, but both you and Skadi can sense a burst of emotion. Joy. No matter if you personally took part, Dr. Serpentine, no matter if what took place in the Cerulean cave had aught to do with you, after countless years you now stand alongside Isham La. The connection between you and the kin cannot be erased. It is you who wrote this instinct into our memories. We depend on one another. The wheel of fate still turns. The surviving successors will one day meet and achieve the most improbable of possibilities. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. I await you at the endpoint of evolution, Dr. Serpentine, Skadi. I await you both. Don't give chase, Skadi. I couldn't understand that thing at all. What was it talking about? Some kind of declaration of war. Didn't sound like that to me. You woke me up just now, Doctor. When I was face to face with that Seaborn, I remembered something I felt back in Salviento. Nothing good, I presume. I hated it. What good could come from a Seaborn rambling to a human? Don't worry, I know what happened. Good. I couldn't explain even if I wanted to. You don't seem surprised though. No wonder Kalshi asked you to come underwater. That thing sounded like it had been looking for you. It's a long story. So we were both being watched. Next time I'll be by your side. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm Skadi. Abyssal Hunter Skadi. Rhodes Island Operator Skadi. Always have been. Doesn't matter if that thing comes looking for me or you. I'll cut its vocal cords before it can speak. I trust you, Skadi. The tide's coming in, outside these walls. Sounds like it won't stop for a long while. Suspicious robot. Oh. You reckon the robot captured all of that? And now the Agar know something's going on? Alright, this is the last stage, I believe. There might be a story portion after this. If that is the case, we probably won't do the story portion, but we'll do the fight. We'll have to save the story portion for tomorrow, I guess? I don't know. We'll figure something out. Fortress of Civilization. Without walls and barriers, there can be no civilization. Also, they're building up Skadi to be like the one that takes on the destructive race out in space. Like, they're building her up huge. Oh, we've got multiple of them. Okay. Okay. Right. So it's actually a lot of range spaces here, so we don't need too much melee. 1, 2, 3 melee. Yeah, we probably don't need the Skadi. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to move the Skadi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Scards. You're gone for now. Don't think I don't have Rosmontis's module that lets her hit air units. Otherwise, that probably would have been a good pick. You know what? Let's go Suzerain. The rest I think is fine. Lucilla's probably going to be useless here, actually. I'm going to change Lucilla out. And go... Oh, Executor. Actually, someone that can hit AoE. Because something that can hit AoE means they're going to be applying the burn like crazy, which actually has me thinking of maybe switching out crews for... Actually, I might do that here. I might switch out Hollow Hayek. Oh my god. My words are starting to fail me too. For blue poison, because she can hit multiple people. So hopefully applying the burn. Oh, not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. Alright, mission starter. Rosmontis cannot hit air units ever? No. Didn't Rosmontis get a module that lets her hit air? Pretty sure she got a module. That won't exist for another 5 months. Oh, okay, rip. So there's a while on that one, huh? Okay, there's a lot of stuff spawning in, so I'm going to put a tank back there. Got to wait 5 months to be able to hit air units? Sag. We're probably going to need to get a healer out, actually. Sooner rather than later. Yeah, that'll work. Wait, what? Hold for 15 seconds? What is this? Hold formation and stand your ground. What? Huh? Oh. Oh my god, it's actually a horde mode. They actually did it. The crazy people. They made a horde mode. Oh my god. Oh. And then they deleted the horde mode. Wait, is this spreading underneath? Uh-oh. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Okay, I don't think this is spreading underneath, thankfully. Let's do this, because it is turning into a horde mode. Slow everything down. Oh my god, this is so much stuff. Oh! Okay. Okay. Okay, the cannons are working out quite nicely. Horde mode, also known as reclamation algorithm. Damn it, do I actually need to play reclamation? I'm also out of spaces. I'm out of spaces and I don't have the 2 Chads out. Gonna do that to heal these 2 at the front because they're not getting healed. Hold for 30 seconds. Girl, you are asking for too much. Wait, she got her ult immediately? Huh? Oh my god. Hold for 15 seconds. Please loose the cannons. I can't take this. This is too much. Here we go, here we go. They should be firing now. Oh! Nice. Attained the medal. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. There is a story part. That was actually pretty quick. You know what? This probably will only go for like max 15 minutes, right? Probably less. I believe. Kindred spirits tread divergent paths. Adversaries walk together. Ah. The stray and the companion. Who's the stray and who's the companion? Gentle male voice. Do you really mean to return? I finally found out that man's whereabouts. No matter who he is or what Vulpa hole he's decided to hide himself in, he hurt our daughter. He needs to pay. Wait, is this Suzerain's mum? Then let me come with you. I don't care if it's a familiar standing in our way. Cruel catastrophes, endless tides, or fire raining from the skies. We'll face them together. Would the shrine be alright without you? The shrine! This is Suzerain's parents! Relax. It's just killing a few people. It long past time for those bastards to head to hell. Then it seems we must part once more. Heavens drink their fill. Sky besought by Sakura, drunken clouds stumble. Was that a haiku? It's got a good rhythm, perfectly suited for reciting while swinging a sword. Yes. Oh, we're going back. Siracusa, let's go. Lapland Alta. The hell, man? Why are you crying? An assassin gets revenge for her daughter by crossing too big familiar, so she's forced to flee to a distant country. And many years later, she has to leave behind her gentle husband and re-enter the storm, all for her daughter's sake again. When I think about the people in real life who live like that, I can't help it. The way I see it, the movie should be from her point of view. I hope I don't got to remind you that this film's supposed to be our familiar's business card in the new city, and we're supposed to be reviewing it together. We got to control how this city looks at our boss and our business. I thought you said it was great last time. Great? Then why'd that killer lady show up out of nowhere? Cruel catastrophes, endless tides, fire raining from the skies. Who wrote this crap? Sure, the Colombians poked a hole in the sky, but I ain't never heard of no fire raining down. When's this supposed to take place anyway? When are you gonna learn to have a bit of perspective? A cold-blooded killer putting down her blade for a peaceful tomorrow in Nuova Volsini. All thanks to our familiar's influence. You can't get more with the times than that. If you put it that way, the film's even more crap. But you're right, as long as it's to the Sinora's liking. Uh-oh. Hey, which bastard touched the switch? We under attack? No, look at the screen. Oh god, Ryan Lab is involved as well? Why does this feel like a whole bunch of stories are crashing together? What the? Mr. Tinman. We have a press conference starting soon, so please keep it quick. While you were all busy flinging all those things into the sky, I made a few rounds in Kazdor. You know how I feel about this. I do, young Banshee, I do. My verdict is that they feel about you much the same as you feel about them. Considering the many vile connections they have across Terra, if they do decide to get behind your project, there'll be plenty of headaches for all involved. Thanks for the tip. Now the press conference is about to begin. Don't be so hasty. Let me finish. Nasty Lonery, Director of Engineering at Ryan Lab. You know full well that the dream you were promised can be shared with more than just the Sarkaz. The Maylander Foundation will pledge their full support towards you and your elf friend's brazen plan. We will decide on a date to discuss the details later. That includes future launch plans where we hope to re-establish a more complete Galeria Stellaria. Yes, that's the one. They want to send another rocket into space. Nasty, you on the phone? Once the conference is over, we'll need a meeting room, a coffee machine, and to clear an entire weekend off our schedule. That bad, huh? If only it were as simple as good or bad. But first, the conference. Is Silence here? I was hoping she'd stop by, but fat chance she's got the time. I put one of those Burden Beast blind boxes from Kjerag on her desk, and sure, she'd opened it after a week. But the little beastie was already buried under an avalanche of files in need of review. The guy who's supposed to be making a speech for us isn't here yet either. Well, he's still got 2 minutes. Ferdinand. He back. Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is about to begin. Please, quiet down. I'll be happy to answer any and all relevant questions during the Q&A segment. Sounds like he's in a good mood. Let us first... Playing the same trick twice. Doesn't it get old? No, Ferdinand's confused too. This wasn't part of his plan. This is... The challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community, under the leadership of Igar, to overcome them together. Oh, that is not a... Repeat. An Igar broadcast to all surface-dwelling peoples. We ask all of humanity to set aside your conflicts and prejudices, and join the Igar in building a bulwark together. The Matrix has broken through the blockade and swept past the sea. Essential information and calculation results are about to make landfall. The challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community, under the leadership of Igar, to overcome them together. Under the leadership of Igar. You're still looking towards the land, Dr. Kaushi? Like a mother anxious about the child she had to leave behind. A child, is it? In one brief communication, you have delivered knowledge that countless others have given their lives for to no avail. Geographical data on the Foan Hotlands and Infi Icefield, and images from even further north of the continent. One way of showing goodwill, I suppose. To share knowledge is natural, while showing goodwill takes intention. I fail to see how the two are related. It was essential to thoroughly evaluate the extent of shock this would be to our terrestrial friends. Were these not urgent times, we really should have been more cautious. My concern is that there are immediate dangers more worthy of our attention. How much longer do you believe Millennium can hold, Consul Clementia? With our fleets taking ships, we can keep up continuous 24-hour covering fire for a week. There have been no major changes in the Seaborne's movements. As the energy supplying the force field dries up, the stopping power of our weapons will also gradually dwindle, but this is not outside expectations. The city can hold for another half a month, no more. How long will it take reinforcement to arrive from the home territories? A week. Our countless nanomachines have established steady information flows, compressed fleets, and cities can speed through them, traversing the oceans in an instant. However, assembling our forces will still take time. A week? How quick? You need not hide your worries, Dr. Kaushi. There are essential differences between the ways we and the Landwalkers think. Simple sincerity is insufficient for reaching effective bilateral cooperation. On the one hand, we hope that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. On the other, you worry that the subsequent contact and communications will be outside your control. You even worry that Skadi and the Doctor have deviated from your plans. You already know of Skadi's secret, then. My little handy happened to record a chance meeting between Skadi, the Doctor, and Martus on a street corner. Of course it did. Compared to discovering the secrets of their identities, controlling who knows what is much more difficult. An abyssal hunter with a firstborn within her, and a predecessor scientist who witnessed the rise and fall of the prehistoric civilization in person. They are both of great import to Igar. Based on simple evolutionary logic, the firstborn would not have chosen to entrust the future of its kin to its killer. We still have no idea how the Seaborn will become the final answer to resisting ruination. Even with missing memories, the Doctor still bears that mission. How will this so-called death of all things come about? And what can Terra do about it? We must find out. Skadi and the Doctor are, without a doubt, the key to Aigar's solving of the riddles. Skadi will face her blood. The Doctor's duty will be fulfilled, but it should be their choice, not somebody else's scheme. I fear that once Aigar learns of their identities, it will devise ways to exploit them. Horatio asked me earlier if I was hiding something from her. And how did you answer, Madam Consul? No need to worry. She does not know yet. You truly treasure Skadi and the Doctor, don't you? Even when confronted with a disaster threatening to wipe out civilization, you still wish to respect their choices. But this is no time for us to hesitate. I can't hide this from Horatia forever. I presume you have a plan then, considering you're hiding this from her at all. I've reached an agreement with Gladia. We will take over all Abyssal Hunter-related research in the name of the Legions, and assure that the Hunters will not be put in circumstances depriving them of choice. As for the Doctor and myself, we hope to go deeper into the Aigar home territories and solve these mysteries by ourselves. I fear that we will need an Aigar guide. Well then, it would be my pleasure. She's going to become a permanent part of the party, man. Which means likely we'll probably get a combat version of her. Cassia will receive the punishment she deserves. Malarian's incubation chamber has been moved to safety, so as long as the city doesn't fall, the child she left behind will be born safely. They will be raised in the Institute of Incubation. I know what you're thinking. The fate of the Church of the Deep Cultist isn't worth calling you over for. Do you still think that everything will end in ruin, Mr. Avitus? I still believe in history. Once written, it can never be changed. Even a tragic victory is destined to be another page in its annals. I'm glad to hear you say that. Let's get down to business, Geordie. I met with Consul Clementia. I confessed everything. What I was thinking, what I did, what I saw but never spoke of. I accepted the tribunal's interrogation, but they did not believe I deserved to be labelled fallen. I had stood at the precipice and looked around, perhaps even stuck a toe over the edge, but no more than that. The final verdict was that I could keep my post and continue to stay in Malarium. Sounds like you have other plans, though. They may see it as repentance, but I cannot forget the outcome of my silence and inaction. I'm not arrogant enough to believe I could effect an entire military campaign on my own, but what if I had reported Cassia's unusual behavior? This could have played out very differently. And so I plan to leave Malarium. To where? The Aigarian home territories. Somewhere even further than that. Even further. Now that the waterway has opened, Aigar is about to restart the work interrupted by the Seaborn. Expeditionary fleets will once more explore the far side of Terra, but this time we have changed the course of our voyage. We might set off from that mining nation of Rimbilliton to try to touch the edge of the sea. Better I die on some expedition into the unknown than wallow here in sorrow, self-reproach and despair until it saps me of all my strength. There, whether we go forwards or downwards, no one knows what awaits us. We will be like Briagan in times of yore, pushing back against the darkness of ignorance. You mean? You caught on, Geordie. Yes, I'm inviting you to join us on this distant voyage. I'm not the only one who desires this. You said earlier that I never answered your questions properly. You were right, and I should apologize. But there was something I truly wished to tell you back then. We have no need to prove our place. Even if the vestiges of the past have worn you down to nothing, you can still tie your future to Aigar. I don't know what to say. This is all a bit much. Don't worry. Aigar respects the choices of all its citizens. We farewell on your carefully considered departure. We await your eventual return, no matter how long it may take. Yes, the whole world is involved. Yeah, at this point, everything is finally coming together. It feels like, geez, I mean, what do you reckon? Do you reckon they're going for like a year by year, like a year of Enfield out, a year of Arknights, and they'll try to finally combine the stories, as in like how we get to Enfield through Arknights, like the default game? Surely they. I wonder how long they'll keep Arknight's base game going. Wait, did I just skip something? Oh, he just said Maestro. Today's maintenance work on the lighthouse should be finished. Is there some sort of issue with the others? No, I'm just here to watch the sea like you. I heard from the other Inquisitors that you kept making time to come to the coast, even while we were in Millennium. Iberia threw a stone into the sea. We were worried it would ferment an unstoppable wave, but what was even more worrying was that it might sink in silence, with nary a whisper. Fortunately, the stone stirred up the ripples we hoped for, and Iberia was able to see the circumstances beneath the waves, and in so doing, make up its mind. You performed your duties as envoy admirably. If there was ever a time in your life to stand tall with your head held high, now is that time. Yes, sir. Maestro, I have been thinking about returning to Gran Faro, going back to the chapel and where I used to live with Uncle Thiago. You should have seen Thiago one last time. We live in an age of regrets. If you see the Inquisition as the source of those regrets, I cannot refute you. If you have things to pack, Irene can help you. What? No, that's not what I meant. I'm really just thinking of going back to have a look. In other words, you haven't made up your mind. Yeah. You told me earlier that the Inquisition letting me return to Iga was a test. Am I not? On the contrary, Geordie. Do not mistake bewilderment for momentary hesitation. You have lifted your lantern and clearly seen the fork in the road before you. You are merely weighing your choices before choosing which path to follow. The sea fog is thick, and both routes seem slick with mud, but you are not the one to be criticized for this. Geordie, if you choose to follow the Agarian scholar into unknown waters, the Inquisition will not stop you. The strength of the waves crashing against the shore will not change because a single clerk leaves or stays. If you choose to stay ashore in Iberia, you will carry responsibilities that are more exhausting than you are used to, but also much more important. Those are the expectations Iberia has for you. The choice is yours. I understand, Maestro. By the by, Irene mentioned that you've been suffering from severe insomnia these past few days. How was last night? It rained rather heavily around midnight, without a star in the sky. By the crack of dawn, there had been about 2 or 3 urgent situations I had to handle. But overall, a rather peaceful night, all things considered. Do the Seaborn dream. Dreams are comprised of thoughts or emotions flaring up as they dissipate, but now I am nothing more than instinct. Why? This scene again. Following the unfathomable passages in the ruins at the very end, a great beast gently sticks a tentacle to the bulkhead. What is it waiting for, perhaps? I walk forward, passing through the shadow of the cerulean tree until I am before him. I extend a hand. Warning. Deep sleep procedures will commence in 3 minutes. Real-time translation programs will soon shut down. Please provide all necessary instructions as soon as possible. Ishamla, our shared name, our shared decision. Okay. We trust one another. We feel as one, do we not? I will watch over you until the end of my days. No, this person isn't me. This isn't my dream. It's Ishamla's memories. Oh. Gah. You have followed me through many nests, Abyssal Hunter. The reinforcements from the home territories are about to arrive. The confrontation between your kin and the Eiger's legions will soon intensify. You would choose this moment to depart. Your front line has already advanced onto land seaborne. Why choose to turn back and return to the abyss? How is this conflict connected to the reawakening of the firstborn? You are an astute man, Hunter. I merely discovered your existence before the others. You left evidence in Ishamla's body. You are the Church of the Deep's founder. You sought refuge in the shadows to seek traces of me. Only a shadow may merge with a shadow. A most interesting hunter. What do you wish to know? Everything. I know you, Hunter. You are Skardi's comrade. Has Eiger refused your everything? This nation has refused too much, so much so that it's dug its own grave. Your schemes are far too obvious. I never intended to hide them. I fell in order to obtain answers. The nuclei within the skull converge. I can tell you all you've longed to know, Hunter, regarding my next actions, regarding the sealed passages in the ruins embedded in Terra's mantle, regarding how the other firstborns will awaken, regarding Eiger, regarding the next doom to greet Terra. We kin are selfless. We kin are devoted. We kin wish to share everything. The only requirement is that you become one with the we many. Ulpianus meets the Seaborn's gaze. It has no face, but he can tell that it is observing him, though through its transparent membranes, past the faintly leaping nuclei, Ulpianus sees his own eyes. You said you fell earlier. No, Hunter. The conjoining of flesh is not enough. Turn endurance to acceptance. Turn humiliation to elation. You must trust the kin. Trust your own instincts. You must take up a duty far beyond imagination. The duty of we many. Perhaps you will learn the full truth in our embrace. But when the time comes, you will be unwilling to, bring it back to Eiger. Just as I could not. I have a feeling he's going to kill him. The Seaborn passes Ulpianus, swimming ever deeper into the nest. Its back quickly disappears from view, leaving only the nest before him in full bloom. The contaminated coral shimmers in its multitudes. Countless fantastical life forms flit between them, using its glimmer to dispel the darkness of the depths. They grow, they form tides, but Ulpianus ignores them. His gaze passes over a golden sea, over every scar, every inch of flesh, every cell, every chaotic waking dream. It falls somewhere he cannot see, the deepest recess of his own self. Ulpianus follows along. He going. What whoa? What whoa? He is in the depths. He be swimming with the fish. Oh yes, give me all of this. Oh. And then we should be able to get this skin, because why not? Manticore. Wait, did she put armor on her? I don't even know what this is called. A stinger? Okay. And I'll just pick up these for now. Oh, we can pick up a lot actually. Hold on. 150. And give me the money. Give me the money. All right, cool. Yeah, that story was kind of major. That was kind of insane. How's it going, Ghost? Yeah, no, long time no see, man. What's up? Yeah, that story had a lot of implications for everything going on in like the main story. Actually, no, not the main story. That's actually kind of weird when you think about it. The main story is like following very different events. Very different events. Whereas the side story is like its own other main story that's following a bunch of different events that are all related. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. A random 20 hours? What? What do you mean a random 20 hours? What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's see if we've got any roles. We should have a few to do. We got 3. Okay, we got 3. The red resource. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see if we can get this guy. I kind of want him because he kind of seems sick and he does a lot of damage. But I only have 3 rolls, so I mean, it's unlikely. It's very unlikely. That's a 6-star. That right there's a 6-star. Come home, baby. Come home, Ulpianus. Believe. Please? Yes. Okay, that's fantastic. That's awesome. All right, on the second to last roll, we get him. Sick. No, this guy's going to be great. I see this guy being absolutely fantastic. Even the little bits of plays I got with him, I didn't get to use him like in full, but he seems sick. He seems real sick. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's a great way to end the stream. Ayo! The anchors. Raise the anchors. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for watching. That is the end of Path of Life main story. If it's true that tomorrow it goes to 24 hours remaining of Path of Life, we might get some challenge modes in. We might get some challenge modes in. So that might be what we do tomorrow. In Thorn Altar's event, the boss has a massive burst nuke like Irene's S3. He tanks it like nothing. Ooh. Ooh. All right, we're sinking all of our resources into it. All of our resources. All right, that is done for me though. We have gone quite late and I am ready for bed. I will catch you guys later. Peace.
My name when a tree says rays once and again, telling a story lost in time, the way it starts.